We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it. This corner judge is good for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in, I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard like the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. Like, this guy right here, he's got his keyboard like off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at like a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know, but this isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but like you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not gonna tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager?
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it. This corner judge is good for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the CECC Last Chance Qualifier. 55 teams enter one bracket, and only one of those teams is making it out with a bid to the Arlington National Championships May 5th and 7th. I'm Catnator. That's Vincent. We're here to take you through it.
It's going to be a great time. I'm so ready to get this going. LCQ means there's a lot of good teams that are looking for a way out. And like you said, only one getting through means that it's going to be an exciting journey that we're going forward with. That journey starts, though, with Grand Valley State University and Akron Esports headed up against one another. This is a bit of a rematch, which is maybe a little bit more exciting. Akron and GVSU, they played in CVAL, and Akron took that pretty commandingly, in that it was 2-0, but two close maps. I'm interested to see, that was over a month ago, if that has changed now as GVSU have had some more time.
Absolutely. And you mentioned it'll be a journey. That journey brought to you by ZipChair and DreamSeat. It's the official gaming chair of the CECC. Head over to zipchair.com to elevate your gaming chair today. And let's look at that journey. So we're starting off in the East, just dividing here by terms of time zone. So we'll start in the round of 16. We'll move forward into the quarters, and then we'll switch over to the West time zone with the round of 32, followed by the round of 16 into the quarters. All today is best of ones. We'll pick up the action as well tomorrow, and then we'll close off on Friday, crowning a victor and, of course, rewarding that last bid, that last spot.
Yeah, and I mean, just to kind of give a little sneak preview of the types of teams that we have, I mean, Mizzou in here took a loss to Northwood in their own region. Tough break to have Northwood on that side of the bracket. Dark Knights coming in here now. That's a lot of fun. And I mean, Fisher B team is still a very good team.
Yeah.
That's just in the first side of the bracket, and we got so much more coming at you later.
That's really ironic that you said the Fisher B team's still pretty solid when we look at the bids that have already been awarded, right? In the East region, Fisher College, the A team, already into that national spot. Winthrop, the South region, winning that one out. The West region taken over by Arizona State. Midwest region concentrated by the likes of Northwood. No surprises there. Canada won by St. Clair Saints, and then Padilla won by Carleton University. So we know for sure 5 teams already making it through, already going to be in Arlington. 1 more going to come out of this bracket in addition. You mentioned we're starting off with Akron, Grand Valley State University, 2 close teams, and we'll see who has that test of time.
Yeah, and, well, a little fortunate, Akron, they get to buy seeding. I mean, they've been showing themselves very strong as of late. GVSU, they had to beat out Cuttstown Esports in the opening round, took a W, but I don't know if we've mentioned, these are best of ones.
Yeah.
These are not, you and I were talking in the green room, like, that makes things a little bit more difficult at times for these teams because there's no room for error. You have to win, and you have to consistently pick up those victories. Yeah,
absolutely so. And when it comes to that best of one, where do we end up starting off here in our first series in the round of 16? Pearl going to be the choice, one that will sneak away into this one. When it comes to Akron Esports, a 40% win rate as of recent onto Pearl. But that's a lot better than Grand Valley, who are looking at 0 in the 2 times they've played this map.
Well, and one of those times that they played this map, Kat, that was up against Akron, and they lost it. It was 13-10. A valiant showing from Illusion for GVSU, but it just wasn't good enough. The team play overall for Akron was just a little bit too much to handle. And so, that does really put a lot of pressure on GVSU. This is win or go home. It's not like, this is the last chance. This is there's no secondary bracket. No lower bracket, none of that. That's what this is serving to do. So you gotta figure it out, and that I think is going to make this one pretty exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the fact that you mentioned the fact that one of Grand Valley's losses is to Akron. Because when we look at the losses for Akron, right, losing to these big name teams, they managed to beat St. Clair. Already told you that's a team that is going to be at Arlington. They lose to Northwood. They lose to the #1 seed here in the LCQ, Mizzou. They lose to Ohio State. So they're losing, yes, on the map, right? But they're losing to teams that we don't necessarily expect them to come out and beat. And even so, that's 3-4 rounds of differential. So pretty close nonetheless. I'd say when it comes to these 2 teams, Akron had a bit of an edge. Both these teams playing in the same CVAL division, which is quite nice when it comes to comparing the rosters. And Akron's up to that upper bracket quarterfinal. Grand Valley round 1 out in the round of 32. So a big difference there, I'd say, and that came down to TMU, where they lose 0-2. So I'm going to give Akron the edge in this one, but we'll see in Agent Select if we get anything interesting comp-wise. The Harbor definitely sneaks out to me.
Yeah, I want to get a little bit into that. I also want to say, listen, GVSU, they did lose that game to TMU, but TMU is also another good team.
Sure.
So it's like how much
you value it?
Yeah, is it like in that same boat as losing to those better teams like Mizzou that we were talking about? It's hard to say. What I don't think is quite hard to say is, like you said, Harbor, very interesting. I've seen a couple of different approaches to the decision making with regard to controllers. Some teams, they've just like kicked the Harbor to the side and like, we're not interested in that. I can't understand the why on a map like Pearl. I feel like it makes so much sense. There's a lot of interesting ideas, particularly with the Cascade. I feel like it's pretty neat to get down towards the long side on the attack, especially towards B. But some teams have gone with it. I love to see that we're seeing it here.
I think Harbor is especially good in a double controller setup, so I do like to see the Viper come out as well. I think Viper can be a hard pick on this map in terms of finding good toxic screens, but that's pretty much negated with the likes of having that second controller, having the Harbor in your corner. So I think it'll be interesting to see. I think the Astro's a lot more comfortable, though. So for GVSU, they're going to have an easier time with their single controller. But if Akron can run this comp well, I see them having a lot of control early, especially starting on the attacking side.
That's what I was going to say. I think that this comp is great for the attack because having that second controller, having the Viper specifically, is great for setting a default, for showing presence into these rounds.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. It'll be interesting to watch where this toxic screen consistently goes. It's going to start off cutting the B site for quick plant. We'll see if they move it in the future, because as you mentioned, conditioning very big, and they've got it early over there towards B, coming out through mid. Right now, going to try to push the issue a little bit onto A. Contact early. Luff will win that one. The second controller now gone out of this one. Back to single controller will be Akron, down a player in the rest of the round.
This is a bit of a ruse. That one player was the only one towards B. It's a bit of a sneak out here for Farrell into the A side, actually. Nobody making contact until just that moment. Another dink as well. That's fantastic work. The Farrell will go down. Still, the advantage gained for Akron is there, but it's not huge. 3-on-3.
3-on-3 solid post plant setups already, and Akron will know they're able to play pretty far away from this site. So Grand Valley going to clear quickly. That Trailblazer will come through, going to sling its way through. Link sees nothing, knows they can start to look for that defuse. That's going to be the first Nano Swarm popped. Everyone now going to come back around towards main. It'll be a gunfight, a shootout here for Grand Valley on the retake. Iraq's going to start this one. Dives picked up one, traded quickly, but gonna grab everything else. Would be a spray down if he had an automatic weapon, but just about the same. Trigger finger quite quick, and Grand Valley able to take the pistol.
Yeah, and a lot of the success for this team has consistently been there for getting these opening picks. I mean, Lou specifically has been doing that, but Dive, what a player that we're going to continue to see most likely, starting out with a 4K in this round. And, you know, a valiant effort from Akron. It was not bad positioning, but the HP low on that first player, and just fantastic shots from Dive, making it difficult to even try and take a shot at the diffuser.
Yeah, Dive, a player that has been very big for this team consistently, usually topping the charts when it comes to map scores, when it comes to series scores. So no surprise to see them have value early in the pistol. Pharaoh going to try to creep their way out towards mid door. Good double setup here. Grand Valley ready for this play. Guiding light will be out. We'll have info. Alu now going to swing into the angle. Caught, though, by the one tap. Ryan will grab that one, and a lot of damage onto Arax in the corner. Unfortunately, while it is that surprise angle, you can't get out of it very easily. So Arax going to be stuck here. The rest of the team barrels on forward. Aces will pick up 2. 3 Sheriff kills early. Guns converted. Akron looking to take an eco.
This is looking very good, and that's going to be another one confirmed. Beautiful stuff.
Oh.
It's just one player, and okay, well, a nice shot with the Marshall, though. How much can this continue? That's another still alive somehow, but eventually closed in upon. Getting a lot for very little in that engagement, but still the tied game. Now, with Akron picking up the eco victory, or, I mean, didn't really even fully force into that. It was just Sheriffs. And whilst those we saw can certainly be deadly, there wasn't even a lot of armor to help that out, as we saw by the shots. Just the body shots necessary on the Marshall.
I'm interested to see if Akron will continue to push this mid door now. It's how easy they were able to win it with downgraded weaponry against a 2 and then a 3-man hold towards the end of the round. Grand Valley going to work their way up pretty quickly here towards B main. And run into a decent amount of util. No players, though. Still push all that issue. Akron not going to recognize nobody's art, nobody's link. Didn't see anything towards site either, just the turret. They'll break that turret quickly. They're going to take their way to the A site. This should be an easy anti-eco cleanup. We'll see if Grand Valley are able to find themselves a couple of cheeky frags.
They should have been getting an inkling that something wasn't right there by that time, that they were getting the spike down. Like, hey, something's not so right when there's nobody on the site. All 4 players are going to be coming from the same direction by the looks of it, all towards Art. Great timing. That's beautiful. Once again, Killjoy doing some solid work on the boost plant scenarios, and even finding another little bait around those boxes. That's brilliant.
It's an unfortunate one. Solid play there for Grand Valley, trying to push the issue with the numbers advantage for the 2-on-1. Throw the guiding light there, but it just goes slightly behind East Rep. You'll see it back here. Quick 2 kills, but then, yeah, immediately right back into it. And I mean, credit where credit's due. That shot's dirty. Reads Arax through the box, almost like they've got ESP. Incredibly clean from ESR. They take themselves around. And now that Grand Valley played so quick up towards B, they took the advantage onto A. They're going to come back towards B and try to rework the site.
One of the small things that isn't necessarily noticed there all the time is how incredibly smart that movement is. Just to make sure that you're only engaging one player at once. That's how you play an anti-eco. And it's a small thing, but it matters a lot. And it's something to key in upon for Akron as they continue winning an eco round, and then into that second round taking a second victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really shows the maturity of players too, right? The fact that they're able to be in a stressful situation like that where they're looking at what could have been a 1-on-4. They're able to isolate at the right times. Absolutely. I love pointing that out. It'll be a slow-paced play here for Akron. That early hardware utility got them the space to be able to play up towards the site, but we'll see what they want to do when it comes to the actual execute, since Grand Valley's already been quick to rotate to this one. Drone will have inklings that there is something happening here. Trying to plan the bubble. Alu going to shoot straight through. Able to pick up one now. Dive to swing from tunnel. He's got to look as well. The 2 first picks going, by the way, the defensive. Out for Moore's dive, caught now by Ryan. So trades back for Akron. Looking to start on this plant. They'll do just that, but Alu will find another frag. Farrell gone. Eastrub traded back. Still a chance at this one, but the numbers definitely dwelled here. Pole actually saves Ryan's life, but unfortunately will go down later as Luff and Arex will combine for the final 2. We're tied up by the same scoreline. 2-2 coming into round 5.
A really interesting approach to the site there. I don't know if they didn't want to wait for the toxic screen or what. I didn't see if the Viper got taken out earlier on. Regardless, the way they approached that was to put the cove basically in the middle of the site, cascade to the right, and then a high tide for the longer angles, you know, for mid and for heaven. So it was something I haven't seen before, and I don't know that it was super effective based on the outcome, but I want to see a little bit more of that. I want to see more creativity with this harbor.
Yeah.
If Ryan's going to be playing on it, let's see what it can do.
Absolutely. I almost feel like there's too much utility there. Where they have the space but can't do anything with it because the harbor util is just blocking their own line of sight. Interesting
And they also got a little caught up in tossing that util, maybe.
Yeah. Absolutely. Gears turning, not quite together though. And we'll see if Akron are able to batten down the hatches just a little bit. The ship captain himself. The team going to play their way through mid door now yet again. They've been here on anti-eco, ended up winning them the round on round number 2. Yet again, nothing spotted. Roomba swung through, has seen nothing. Guiding Light will see nothing. There is a jet there. He's able to tuck it in time. We'll see if he's able to find a good look because of it. Known about early into that Blade Storm. Nade going to take the space. Farrell will own a mid.
Yeah, only 2 blades remaining as well. This is great control for Akron. They've taken the time to get there, but it's brilliant to see Reckoning going through all onto the site. Nalu gonna be in trouble, serious trouble at this point. Takes the time, trying to wait things out. The lockdown gonna add insult to injury as Alu back in business, but Farrell still walking in, has connections left and right. Goodbye to the blades. Alu gets one, but it's just that. The single frag available as Isrub is prepared to confirm the mid player rotating. Just 2 left for GVSU against 4.
Or if GVSU are willing to actually take this look. It's very much disadvantageous and will be more so now. Just Arax left. Con Link is able to find one. Going to continue this one. A second. They start to line up, but Farrell will shut down hopes of a clutch. Just Akron will find their 3rd round.
Farrell always throws me off because there used to be a player of the same name that played for RIT in Counter-Strike not that long ago. So I'm like, wait, I know that guy. But no, it's a different person.
Your brain goes Farrell.
Exactly. Yeah, just can't control myself.
I do want to touch real quick. I think it's funny. We just talked about the fact that I think they trip up on the harbor utility. And I feel like in that execute, we see the cove go to Link, and we see the wall go significantly deeper to the back end of site, and they get all the extra room instead.
There's just a small difference between overkill and just the right amount, you know?
Yeah.
It's not huge, and it's very difficult to know in the moment which side you're on. But right now, GVSU on the side of the ultimates, because there's 4 of them. Though the one that Akron has available, the Seekers going out first. That's going to gather them quite a bit of information in their endeavor towards A.
Interested to see how this 2 side affects them. Not too much right now. Farrell's able to take the first. Akron going to have the space as well to take down Biscuit. Haven't seen Left just yet. In an awkward spot with an operator, do they know about Link? They'll hear the steps from Ryan in the scope, though. Do they get caught by POV? They do not. Able to find Ryan, going to dash away. Second player going to be here in the air and dead just as quickly. Farrell will take 3. Eastrub to finish the job. Akron up 2.
Look at how much work the both of these killjoys have been doing in the first 6 rounds of this game. It's beautiful to see. It's a set vibes, to be honest, sometimes on Pearl with regard to the impact that these killjoys can have. But Eastrub has clearly, in the first half of this this game, been the one to watch constantly, closing out things out there, and great patience, not giving away that there's a second player initially, just waiting a moment, essentially letting Luke make the mistake.
Yeah. Feral with the first pick of this round. Yet again, it's Grand Valley trying to find options towards mid. This team's been able to kind of walk their way into mid door however they please. Tried to contest a little bit more aggressively this time. Didn't work out. Fortunately, neither did the nade for Feral. Gonna have to expend the Roomba now as well to try to clear this art space. Has caught Luff. Going to blow in their face. So very low is the Jet now. Everybody trying to help out towards art. Feral looking to paint a picture with their bodies. Unfortunately, Biscuit. Big look on the one tap. Gonna take him away. Plant will be down for Akron on the A site.
Okay, so Viper's Pit's down. But look, there's a lockdown available. Now, I don't know if there's a great spot to put it in, but that could be a huge factor. And then the Cosmic Divide as well, alongside Seekers, if you can get that information. Of course, that is a big if, and with the weaponry, it's not looking likely. Oh, boy. Yeah, straight into the pit and straight into death.
Yeah, this one's
It's
chalked.
so tough.
This one is definitely chalk. We saw Grand Valley go for a 2-on-4 retake before. It didn't work out. This one won't either. Acorn able to walk out of their own flash. We'll find the last two. I think Grand Valley struggles just a little bit when it comes to the defensive calling of when do we pull off of some of these retakes. Hurts the eco just a little bit not being able to take those two guns out the round.
I mean, to be fair, they weren't like the best guns in this case. So, and they were buying anyway because they had ecoed. But, yeah, it is one of those situations where every little bit counts. And, you know, I've been mentioning it for a couple rounds now. This being, I think, the fourth round that we're going into. They've had these ultimates available to them.
Yeah.
They need to make a plan. And I hope that that's what this timeout's about, Kat, because it makes so much more sense if they are just discussing, hey, how do we actually get to this point? I hope that that's where they're thinking, at least for this moment.
Yeah. Like to see a conversation of how do we utilize the ultimates when we have them in our disposal, and how do we hold on to mid door? Because they showed us a couple different looks. They showed us two players there. Showed us the aggressive look from Alu going down towards mid. Nothing quite fitting the keyhole just yet. Haven't been able to unlock that space, and Akron certainly have on the other end of things, and I think that's hurting the defense just a little bit, cutting off the chance for rotation, cutting off that extra map control. It's letting Akron kind of get everywhere, getting inside the walls, getting into the back line pretty easily. So interesting to see what they come out this timeout with. They've come out with 3 players here in the mid direction instead, a turret in addition. Interested to see if that's enough to hold the space.
Yeah, I mean, my thought initially is probably not, but look at this aggression. I mean, it's ultimately going to be 5 players for Akron towards A. This is just a read. There's just no one here. This is a great adjustment. Akron have not been this aggressive early into a round yet, with the exception of B on the pistol.
Very nice from Akron. If that read does come through, the fact that they've been able to take so much space into mid that maybe like proudly stack in that direction, we should probably take ourselves into A, and they've done just that. Hunter Sphere is going to come up, try to deny plant, but it is indeed not on the default. Does manage to catch 2 towards the very end of it. That's going to be a good amount of chip damage for Grand Valley to take into the retake, and ult to work with as well. Seeker's going to come through first, try to make that space in towards Link. 3 players on the back end of this one. Everyone going to fall as Die will take 2. Alu another. Advantage here for Grand Valley to continue to prod forward. Acorn lasts alive, flashes himself and the other player, but Arax will find it full flash nonetheless. Dive now to defuse. Grand Valley a 3rd round.
That's some great shooting right there from Grand Valley. That's just the reality. They whiffed all of the main pieces of utility. They struggled, and I mean, it's not even just their fault. Akron, they were planning 300 steps ahead in that endeavor. Like, they were like, yeah, we're gonna make sure to plant off of default so that the Hunter's Fury can't get us, and then we're gonna be pushed aggressive that way that the Cosmic Divide can't get us, and you know, if they use the lockdown, we'll just push together. Like, they were so ahead of the curve, dude.
Yeah.
They knew what was going on, and the fact that it didn't matter that GVSU just shot harder is great. It's great to see it. It's shaping up to be a very competitive game if they can continue to do that.
It's a good part about an FPS. All the util can be in place. Don't hit the shots. It doesn't matter. Grand Valley able to get out of the pickle there. Early flash for info. There are indeed players stalking around the mid area. We'll hold yet again. 2 players on the close angle when it comes to mid-con. See what value that brings. Akron, played very quickly. So you mentioned up towards A main around to go. This time completely pulled the pressure back, trying to look for once again tempo control. Play this way slower. Now the Seeker is going to try to push him into the B split.
Good trade of utility, realistically. Gathering a bit of info in GVSU, but Akron, they've got the space to work with and potentially walk into this site. These are fantastic timings on these nanostorms, though.
Yep.
I mean, it's just making it so difficult. Though the Reckoning was used to get onto the site, but there was nobody there. So, obviously, Akron don't have the knowledge of that, and they'll very gladly trade that for that space. Here's the lockdown.
It's be a very interesting post plant. Acorn trying to hold on the initial space when it comes to the link. Going to push in for Luffin. Will find it even despite the pull. Alu now going to trade them back. They've got what is the lockdown and the divide. They know it. Lockdown to push them away. Divide now to hold them out towards main. Akron going to have to fight their way back into this one. It's not an easy task by any means. Don't know. Are they on the spike? Are they not? They can't hear it through the wall. Have to choose if they want to play through or not. I've read it quite nicely using the lineups now. Biscuit going to finally step back into this one. The dive forward as Dive going to take the first look. Alu is second, a third, and that's enough to convert the round for GVSU.
But damn, did it take a lot, didn't it? What an investment there for GVSU, which just kind of goes to show you how important it was in the previous for them not to have to invest so heavily in actually retaking by just winning the gun duels. I don't think that that's a victory for Grand Valley if they don't have both the Cosmic Divide and the Lockdown.
Agreed.
Because the Lockdown, or excuse me, the Cosmic Divide is what sealed the deal.
Yeah.
I mean, it was beautifully placed and well defended at that. 4-5 scoreline now. Early cascade. That's going to give space down towards B long. And
nice.
Oh, no. Goodbye, Dive. Farrell. That's an opening frag. And look, the site's open. And this time, there's no extra ultimates available. No lockdown. No Cosmic Divide for the retake.
Yeah, there's an Astra util here. Nothing to really do off of it, though, because no one's close enough to be able to give audio cues over to their Astra. Strip going to find another look. And now 3 players the advantage. Akron, this one just about chalked up before it even begins. Been on the best position for GVSU. You'll see that's finally the call off, and it is indeed. So they'll head to the save. Akron just a solid execute there, Vincent.
Incredibly solid. And, you know, the conversation between Galaxy, the GVSU coach, and Alu, their in-game leader, must have been good enough to where they've been able to claw things back a bit, you know? They were sitting at, 2-5? And then they won the last 2 rounds.
Yep.
Using those 4 ultimates very effectively, if not some of them whiffing a little bit. The idea was there.
Sure.
You know?
Sure.
You can't always hit.
Oh.
Oh, they
Can I
might
hit the
both go down.
savers? They've hit one. Oh, gave the peek! And finds the kill. Able to stay alive as well. Nice from Alu.
That man's just insane. He's a madman. He was so confident. I love it. But yeah, good plan is the point I was getting towards for GVSU in regard to the ultimates. But now they're going to have to pull out some of the more creative solutions. There is a Blade Storm available, and that's going to allow for Luke to have plenty in this round alongside the 3 rifles and a Sheriff for Biscuit. She's had a little bit of a slower start to this game, but is typically a very deadly force for GVSU.
GVSU going to play quickly here towards A main. Left to lead the charge. We'll spot A Smith deep. And again, it's early daggers expended. Quite found the look just yet. And actually enough for Akron to pull off of B main. They look to fight their spawn.
This could be free frags right here.
Ooh. Nothing on the blades just yet. Biscuit, big look onto A Smith. Acorn going to continue to swing. Going to find 2. Looking for a third, and we'll have that as well. There's the cleanup. I love the decision for Akron there to decide to fight spawn as a unit, knowing they definitely are going to have the numbers advantage.
I love this camera angle. Shout out. That's great. Oh, man. That's so tough.
Oh.
You ever just get a dog to the face, Scott?
When you just want to shoot a player, but there's a dog in your way. Alu finally going to find a look, but trade in time. Ryan will have that. Plant's going to come down, and GVSU a 1-on-3. They want to win this round out.
You know, the hard truth of this is that Luke just had to hit those frags with the blades for this round to be theirs. I mean, 1v3, it's not unwinnable. I don't want to count Dive out. It certainly can be a bad decision, but there's just no utility left for Dive to get creative here or find anything in the crossfire. Very solid stuff. Ryan gonna close that out in 7 rounds for Akron. A good attack half. As I looked earlier, or like last week, but I can't remember if this, at least for like VCT, has become more defense or offense side. I think it was slightly offensive, wasn't it?
Not positive.
Well, I'm going to do
I think it heavily depends on the team.
I mean, that's
Not
so
gonna
very
lie.
true. Yeah, I was just looking at averages just because I'm a nerd like that, and I like
Nerd
to
emoji.
see. Yeah.
I like the averages.
Thank you. I already have the glasses. I just, need to step into my true role, my true colors.
Dive once again back to the early peak on the B site. This time doesn't feel the need to expend shots back. Just gets the information and we'll play back. So while it isn't necessarily a new defensive setup from GVSU, it's a slightly smarter look for the one player who is getting info. And I kind of like that. They know more. They also have the player there now for audio cue when it comes to the Astra utility. And it gives them a lot sturdier defensive hold.
Look how far up as well. Positioning for Loof at the moment. And that's might be causing a rotation here soon. Well, okay. That should cause a rotation, no? Just lockdown. Getting positioning on. We've been seeing this high tide in position the whole time. And very standard. But not going to get the planter. Just fighting for Acorn. It does confirm. So good work from Alu. Confirming the 5-on-4. The Reckoning, though, still on the cards for Akron in the final round of the half.
Yeah, this Reckoning could really spoil what is the retake. Pull the trigger slightly early. Is going to find the first look, though. Is Alu going to fall? Numbers advantage as Ryan will secure it. Farrell going to pick up another, and Akron shooting the lights out of the retake right now. Air's going to come back into it. Going to get the back sight look for the Astra. Can they continue forward? Trying to fight around the Nebula. Picked up one for Biscuit. Going to get shot through it, though. 1-on-2, 30 HP. The Astra try to get this half a little closer. Time runs short. Taps the spike, and it's a frag caught through their own smoke. Zake to 4 for Akron at the half.
And a solid half for Akron, indeed. That's what they really wanted to be working with. And, it's a sort of similar look for what Akron did last time these two teams met. I mean, they had a solid attack side. And they were able to put some consistency down. It was 7-5 at the half at that point, but a little bit better this time is basically the takeaway there for Akron University. So we head into this one with a pretty important pistol, really. GVSU. It would be a bit rough, I think, for them to make this comeback without it. Not impossible, but a bit rough.
Absolutely. Having the extra round, always so beneficial. The extra 2 rounds, really. Except not last half where, but definitely not the norm. The Ult Orb picked up for Grand Valley. Haven't really committed too much to anything just yet. A little bit of a feeling out process. Team of Akron who are up 4 rounds.
Yeah, this is a crazy default round for a pistol. They're just looking for where there might be a weakness, and they're not finding any information really at all either. That's the beauty of Akron and their positioning right now, is that they're just ultra passive. They're like, yeah, walk into us, we're gonna win the gunfights. It's fine.
We've had to the pull second player off the early mid door peak, so Ryan's moved away. They're going to work that B angle regardless. As GVSU continue to push forward. A Smith will be tucked deep in the back of sight. Patience crucial here for the Viper hiding behind their own screen.
30 seconds left.
What a cheeky play.
This could be the winning moment right here.
Here's all the noise. Moment is massive for the Viper right now. Planar killed. Second look as well. Shut down, but not before the 2-for-1 special. And time for the rest of the team to get involved. Can they shut the plant down a second? They can't. They have that advantage now evened out before Acorn comes back to guarantee the 1-man going into the retake. Dive will take 1. Acorn trade yet again. A 2-on-1. Another moment for Biscuit. Another moment shut down. Acorn will find a 3K. Akron will find a pistol.
Man, Acorn is so clean with those shots. Led the team at the half, continues leading here at 17-7. Wow. Impressive, to say the least. With that said, like I mentioned, GVSU in trouble at this point. 9-4. Double digits seem like a reality that should be coming soon, especially if, by looking at the buy. Understandable that they're not going to go for a force, but that means very little chance to take a victory here. Not even the Sheriffs that Akron were able to put to good use in their second round.
Early Ultorb picked up Akron. Know they have the advantage here. Caught out is going to be this Raze. Farrell, what can you do in this position? Get one with the nade, it looks like. A second coming out with the classic and Eastrub combination. A-Smith continuing the efforts, and Eastrub going to take down Die before they can get any further. This Biscuit left yet again. Yet again, they'll fall. This time, Eastrub going to finish the job with 3K added to their tally, 10-4.
That's a Feels classic moment right there. Biscuit hits the headshot. Does all that is required. Still doesn't get the kill because classic at range.
Free.
Yeah. Oh well.
Money gun.
Here, I mean, listen. What it lacks at range, it
makes
gains.
up for 2 feet away.
Yeah, exactly. Just right click, free gun. By the way, it's outrageous. Here's a bonus. Akron haven't gone for really upgrading into this. They've kept what they had, and that makes this a round that could really turn the tide. A win for Akron is essentially the first step at dismantling GVSU. Must win is what I put this for Grand Valley.
Must win in the minds of GVSU as they'll start the onslaught to B main. Recon broken early. That'll let A-Smith's position be captivated. They'll know about it. Guiding Light to confirm. Cosmic Divide to come forward. It's Acorn going to step through to find Alu. Plant's going to come down here as Dive will trade one back. Trailblazer to try to shut down some space here, and the nade going to finish the job. Farrell, second nade kill, 2 rounds in a row. Let's pick that one up for the Rays. Are going to use this Toxic Green to push forward onto the spike.
That was brilliant. The Trailblazer combination right there is absolutely ludicrous. Akron moving their way back in, though. And they're going to be, well, potentially in trouble. They're taking 1v1s, but A-Smith, okay. 2 swift shots with that Sheriff, and Acorn will close it out. That's an 11th round for Akron, and a round that, I mean, GVSU, they really had a good handle on it. They had a lot of post-plant utility. The problem that I was seeing, Kat, is they kept using that utility a little bit too early. They were a bit trigger-happy on that one. They needed to wait and allow the time for Akron to put pressure on the spike instead of just blowing up all that utility in the moment as soon as they got pushed. It just was a little patience required.
Yeah, absolutely so. And I believe with those 2 kills, that's A-Smith's 5th Sheriff kill.
A-Smith's been dirty.
Half the kills here with the Sheriff for A-Smith, the Eco Warrior on the Viper. So good stuff from Akron to recognize the Viper's pit available and give the defuse over to the Viper as well. So those 2 frags combined with the Ultorb means 3 on the round, means that ultimate's online, and they can now solo hold B.
And I think 2 more of those for A-Smith came in that Sheriff round in the second.
Yeah.
So not only is it like great to pick up Sheriff kills, but it's in such important moments as well.
Absolutely so. Grand Valley going to play their way through Art now. Step the Cascade, and Ryan going to be the first to all this pressure. One over the top and one on the bottom as Ali will pick it up from the ladder side. Loof going to come through with a newfound Vandal as Farrell for the 3rd round going to find a nade kill. Eastrub now to get involved. They try to send their way out the site. Acorn out the smoke to find one, a second perhaps, and maybe one more. Eastrub will take it away, but nonetheless, it's Akron on match point.
Dude, Acorn was just, it was so okay with just sitting inside the nano swarms. It was cool, calm, and collected inside of the pain. I don't understand. Dude, I'm sitting in one of those things. I'm terrified. I'm like looking everywhere. It's like I'm just gone crazy for a moment. But no, Acorn just fine. 21 frags. Hasn't died this half. Is that it? Is that true?
I think so.
Was it 17-7 at the half that I said?
Yeah, I think so.
That's crazy. Just showing the dominance right there. And I mean, Acorn clutching in the pistol round was helping out. Another round right there. Lockdown available for GVSU. That's really the only tool, ultimate-wise, at their disposal. They'll
This
use
is
it here.
scary. Akron looked ready for this immediately. Had 3 players out at mid as soon as this round started. So very much privy to the look towards B for GVSU. There is going to be util in the way, but they've actually walked around it. So room to work with for Akron. Now going to be known about taking down what I believe was that alarm bot on the back line. Trailblazer going to catch Farrell. So there is info here for GVSU, but they are definitely slowly getting put into the crusher as Acorn and Ryan going to find 2 on the back end. Trying to close out this game as A Smith and Acorn now out for 2 more. Alu with it all to do a 1v3 has found the first. Going to throw the ult out, trying to shut down this team on the defuse. They're going to step away. That's going to put Hunter's Fury away for Alu, going to find the first look, but can't find East Rub. He'll win out the final 1v1 as Akron will move forward in the LCQ.
And the expected outcome in the victory for Akron, but the way that it happened, I just want to bring us back to the beginning of this game where we were talking about how they played just a month ago on this map, and it was 13-10 for Akron. Now it's 13-4. An Akron team that over the last month or two have caught eyes in the entirety of the collegiate Valorant space, and this is why. This dominance, this showing, just a brilliant look. Good way to start here for Akron in the LCQ.
Now, whether it be pistols, whether it be full rifles, this team found frags when it mattered. That leaderboard just looking slightly adjusted in their favor. Most definitely a team that played a bit better when it came to CVAL Winter, has been playing better in CVAL Spring, and has showed up and been the better team here in the round of 16. They'll move forward, and we'll move forward on the broadcast. We'll pick up on the quarters, continuing in the East time zone. We get back from break. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it, did I say the X-Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
No.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, all right. Oh, is it one of the links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try?
First try.
Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer? Oh my God! I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third place.
That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my control.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah.
It's maybe.
This is a death match, and I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass.
Yeah.
Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilance, and I'm super excited to walk through these with you so you can see all of the great moments we are getting out of collegiate esports. One of my favorite things about these seasons is as they go on, as the years continue to pass, the skill ceiling just gets higher and higher, and the teams get better and better. Starting things off in Week 1 and 2, these teams came out the gate swinging. Let's take a look at what they were ready to bring out in these early weeks. Valorant is a game all about risk versus reward, and Sin from NYIT wanted to show us just how much he was willing to risk to get that great reward of a round win.
Sort of forced to pop off, maybe get a little bit more sniper play, but these direct tight angles make it tough. You have Axeris that actually gets a wallbang headshot onto Prime. Oh, that timing on the paranoia works so well.
Yo, give it up for the util, bro. Sin's gonna pick up 3 into the site. It's a lurk on its way from the chamber, but unless you're gonna spam through this box, you're not getting anything done, and Panda won't even let him get that far. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game that can be decided in milliseconds, and Waka, one of the best players from SUNY Canton A Squad, wanted to show us just what they can do with only a second and a single stock on the board.
Cena, sledge option going to be charging for Smash going a little early. They're not quite getting what you want. Drop shield after first hit of Pin, getting hit by the kick. High percent. There is the stun into Claw. That Claw could have been charged for a lot longer. Oh my goodness, that's a forwarder into stage with the stage spike and then upping immediately after. What a sick.
1 point in Rocket League can never make a team feel comfortable, but Driftsy wanted to show us that not only was he going to pick the pace up, but he wasn't going to let his team down.
Defensive test with flying colors, though they couldn't get out, and that is the important part at the moment. Clears a must for UA, and it's just not in the cards at the moment.
Dripsy! Dripsy connects off the backboard! What a shot! I watched it unfold slowly! You stopped speaking at just the right moment.
Valorant is often called a team-based shooter, but sometimes it can't just be about the team. Sometimes you gotta have those hero plays. Spec wanted to spray and pray and was actually able to save the day for SVSU, tying up the series 7-7.
Hard B push here, 2 Omen smokes coming out. 1, oh, Spec just finds 3.
What?
Spraying through the smoke? Oh, what, Spec? That's not legal, man. That's not legal. This is match day 2 of the ECAC League. You can't be doing that right now. Spec just goes with the call.
Here in this clip, Fanshawe finds themselves with their backs against the wall, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate to take down Wake Forest. They don't have anything to get through this team, they don't have any weapons on the field, but with Jackie Moon in the wings, at least they had a sniper.
Apparently. Guys gonna believe all the shots. Oh, a sniper! Jackie Moon from about midway through. What a shot right here from Jackie.
Wow, good eye sniper. Yes, sir. Jackie Moon puts us on the right side. A little bit more to the left. This one would have been...
Here in this clip, we're going to get a great moment from a Pac-Man, and as a Pac-Man player, I was super excited to see it. We're going to hear a lot of praise from our commentators giving Mosey those compliments of choosing Snake against Pac-Man, a great counter pick. They were super excited to see a Snake on the field, but even without their blessing, Trollery does not yield.
But like you said, he's trying to play this safe because losing a stock right now for Concord would be really bad. And, well, a little bit of commentator's curse there. We kind of willed that one into existence. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! What?
Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Septilance, how could that be all we got from weeks number 1 and 2? Please tell me there's more. If you like what you saw, you've got to go check out ECAC Esports on all social media platforms. Please see what they're bringing to the table. It is great collegiate esports week after week. On the bright side, folks, this is just the beginning. We've got the whole rest of what is guaranteed to be a great season ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining me for this recap, and I'll see you on the next one.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in an epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money. Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody. So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of E United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed. Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilence, and let me tell you what, right away, if you thought last week's clips were great from weeks 1 and 2, your minds are going to be blown here in week number 3. Let's take a look at what these players brought to the table this week. We wanted a banger to kick things off strong in our 8th slot of the week, and let me tell you what, CU definitely coming in clutch. They're already up a couple of points, but they want to make sure they can walk away victorious in game number 1 with a pretty good pinch from Pancake.
Yeah. Another good shot. Pancake with that shot.
Oh,
Get your syrup and your chocolate chips out, because this pancake is looking tasty.
With only 60 seconds on the clock, the University of Kentucky was feeling great. They'd already won a fight, Midtown was within their grasp as they only needed to secure one more fight win to full hold Bryant University. But Klaus knew, sometimes it's not just about winning. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Yeah, they've got to move. There's the initial hack. Klaus down like the cat among the pigeons. And there's not a lot of coming back from that one. The fun, it's...
RPI found themselves with their backs against the wall on bind. They were 2-round losses away from losing the map and the series being tied up 1-1, going all the way to map number 3. They needed a hero. They needed somebody to guide them to the promised land, and it was Moses with a 3-piece that secured the deal and won them their 9th round.
The team, Southern Arkansas, will make a free and clear take on the site unless Moses able to lock it down with a 3K. It's all up to the singular Briani, who's nowhere to be found.
TP, that must have been, he just walked through.
CU did such a good job this week that we want to highlight them not once, but twice. This time the attention pulling over to Lyric, who gives us a great aerial coast-to-coast play and seals the deal with what looks like a 0-degree goal to put CU just 1 point further in the lead.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful aerial goal.
Could have said it better myself. Look at how Lyric creates space and the accuracy. Does it get any better than that?
It really doesn't.
For this next clip, we're jumping over to a Smash crew battle where things are looking good. All 3 players alive on both sides, and Bounce with 3 stocks against their opponent, Sam Kalta. Bounce finds an amazing snipe off stage to guarantee Sam's first stock be taken off the board, putting Bounce's team in the lead.
Unlike
very high. Oh, but that nice neutral B off
beautiful
stage.
snipe. You love to see that one.
Week number 3 was the week of Rocket League, the week of CU in particular. Lyric, just when you think this team can't come out any stronger, finds a 3-second goal against CMCC that just showed the dominance CU was willing to come out with here in week 3.
We are 3
Oh my god.
seconds into game
You don't get much
number
better
2.
than that. That was awesome.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Ceramics, pedal to the metal right there. Foot on the gas pedal.
With a 1-round lead on Ascent, Suni Canton was feeling a little bit shaky, and it was up to Lil J to make some big moves.
You got dash. Not gonna go for it. Get all the way out of that one and fake the dash away so they know about him close. Well, the room will give it away. Let's tuck the nade though, so definitely gonna stay alive.
Party's
Okay.
over.
Good. All right.
Spike down B.
Jinx, bro. You owe me a soda now.
Love that.
Oh, the timing.
I like the gust.
One enemy remaining.
Ace. Classic Lil J ace on its way. Happy to have it. 5-3. Sunny Canton.
Things were looking bleak for the University of Kentucky on the 5th and final map, but the momentum started to shift when Klaus decided the chaos needed to end a little quicker.
Who just won't be able to survive on the point all that long. Yurik finds Rimru. High noon for 3 for Klaus at the last possible second to secure a cap and buy them a stay of execution.
And with that, folks, ECAC highlights of Week 3 have come to a close. Let me tell you, it's been a pleasure getting to reminisce on all these fantastic moments with you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna jumped into it. Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more. They're doing even more here.
You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in. Toy Boy, just gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Johnny.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back for week number 4 of the ECAC Top 8 Plays of the Week. Now, at this point, you're probably realizing two things. One, that's right, I'm going to be with you all season long as we jump through the best moments of every week. And number 2, wow, Septilence really only wears one thing when he's not on the clock. And I can't even defend myself, it's a comfortable outfit. Anyway, without further ado, let's jump into week number 4 and see what these players brought to the table to beat out their opponents and be victorious. Wake Forest was already up a game, there were 4 minutes left on the clock, and they just couldn't find that first point to take the lead and put them up 2-0 in the series. But in a final moment of success, Malone clears it from one coast to another and finds an open goal, giving Wake Forest the lead once again.
These Champ 3 and Champ 2 is doing. I mean, seriously, look at Malone making advantages for himself.
Wow.
And he will put Wake Forest on the map. This game number 5 could just go their way.
I just want to say Malone just said, I'm going to show you what a Champ 3 can do. All right, buddy?
On a control map in Overwatch, your team must capture 100% of a point to succeed. 99 just won't cut it. King Rock from Keene University was fully aware of that and didn't just find a Death Blossom. He found a full-blown Death Garden to keep his team alive.
Sound barrier to go away as well, especially now that you have your own. It's going to be a little bit more breathing room. Doesn't look like the one. Okay, there we are. Now it's coming up big. This Reaper has bloomed.
That was just gorgeous amount of patience.
GVSU Blue found themselves up by 5 rounds, and it's always better to turn that 5 into a 6. It's incredible, however, that this team doesn't always need all 5. It can come down to just one player and how much they can really GVS do.
An Illusion delivers with efficiency. 3 in a row. No time left, even if they had the chance at Orbital Strike out of the last.
This battle between Muskingum and St. Francis was insanely close. Only 3 players in a round, and there were 1 player left on both sides, both down to their final stock. Things were looking pretty strong for St. Francis, their Luigi only at 40%, but it was up to Splat to do anything but.
Just keep him off stage with that Zare. Oh!
If
that spot right here for Teo.
If that block didn't disappear,
oh
no way!
Oh! Just steps on the
pressure plate.
A tale as old as time, Pace White versus Pace Gold, and Pace White's morale was through the roof as they won a fight, but little did they know, this was Lofi's world, and they wouldn't be living in it for much longer.
Going in with the blade.
Uh-oh, Blade is out. It's hacked. It doesn't matter, though. Slashes away for 2. Looking for a 3rd. Looking for 4. Won't get it just yet on the Blade. However, the slash and dash works out. Lofi's got 3. Looking for everybody else on this team. It's a white.
The Inkling versus Ganondorf matchup is not very good for Ganondorf, but let's be honest, which matchups are? In this clip, we're going to be watching as JD from Fisher learns the hard way that you never really want to meet an Inkling off stage.
Sooner if you don't find that kill confirm or that kill or a bomb off stage like that.
That bomb angle
is so good today.
Yeah, that bomb angle was beautiful.
Week 4 of ECAC Rocket League was absolutely insane. CMU and FC were tied up 0-0, but it was Gand who told FC they shall not pass game number 2.
Side of FC, they've only got 1 player for a moment there. They're trying to recollect, they're trying to reposition, but how do you position around a pinpoint accurate shot like this? Gand goes crossbar down for the first goal.
Adams in reverse, backed the defense off with that.
Whenever I'm on the mic for Valorant, you'll often hear the line, check your corners, repeated over and over and over again. And even with me not on the mic to tell them, I have a feeling this team may have learned that lesson.
Nah, he's got to take the shot.
Take it.
Oh yeah, just sounds of teammates running on through and come on dive. The 4K on a completely unaware trio. And it's 11-0 right now.
And those are the top 8 moments we thought deserved just a little bit more time in the spotlight of week number 4 here at ECAC. Thank you all so much for watching. If you're interested in what ECAC has going on, we got something happening nearly every day of the week. So check us out right here. Editor, it's a challenge for you. Wink, wink. And folks, this has been all from me. Thank you all so much for watching. Enjoy this, and we've got plenty of weeks down the line. Can't wait to see what comes of them.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting, that at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general, because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right, football player on the field, star quarterback, it makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school, it makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing the space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there. And I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off? But
I think, thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that, so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, are there ways in which you can monetize it? Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? We know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences, Mike. That's amazing. And that's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, you know, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, you know, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing, and just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CECC 23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So, you know, normally Paulie's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story. And I think that's what has me most excited, because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us, and and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a funny way of doing this. All right. Let's test it. Yeah. Okay.
Right,
how do you want to throw to yourself here?
Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandle for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another ECAC weekly highlight clips. Now I feel like I've been saying this every week, but this week in particular is full of some really unique kind of once-in-a-lifetime plays and clips and moments, so I'm super excited to jump into it with all of you. We're kicking things off with one of my favorites, Overwatch 2. University of Albany finds themselves back against the wall, 1/3 of the point already capped, but with a lot of great communication and a little bit of teamwork, they're able to snipe this fight back quickly.
Controlling these fights, and now are able just to go with the blade. It's gonna get one, gonna be able to get a few with the cleanup as well. It's just near team kill are gonna come out. There it is, Moose Milk getting taken down.
Clip number 7 almost takes us back in time to Super Smash Bros. Brawl, where we would see Diddy Kong versus Meta Knight all the time. But unfortunately, EJJ from St. John's is about to find out that Benedictine was not kidding around.
Great catches dealing with the character. Oh, almost gets the near up shield. Oh, 5. Yo. Oh my god!
Ooh, and not enough height. Yep, that was really well done by Kid there.
Number 6 here in week 5 is going to be an amazing play from Wayne State. Amatsugachi finds a huge needle thread and guarantees the first point goal for Wayne State against their opponents.
I think I've seen this play before. Amatsugachi just waiting for the ball to plummet down in the zone, the scoring zone. That is massive dunk to get Wayne State on the right foot.
I'm super excited about clip number 5 because it feels like the first Valorant clip we've had in a while. It's coming out from our friend Doodle V on the side of SFU. Uses every single knife in a Blitzstorm. It just can't find that elimination, but luckily enough, still had one knife in the chamber.
Linking it from the backside, they're going to be able to swing on this one. They do have a save that's behind them as well. EK is going to be able to give big value. They are able to maybe get the defusal. It's still beeping. They're still dropping. They have the right click. Trying to knife him. Oh, they jumped him like a ninja in the night. Oath is put on their back, and it's Jet that...
Sometimes as casters, we get a cool opportunity where a player's name matches up really well with what they're about to do, and I can't think of a better example than Bad News being the one to deliver that game-winning goal against Keen Blue in the 4th game on the side of Wayne State.
For him, double tap every time. Massive goal for Wayne State.
I mean, there wasn't even really a mistake. I mean, they had a player up for the potential shot, but the double tap opportunity that Bad News gave himself.
Now, I hope you're not sick of SFU because while they already had their time in this weekly reel, they're going to find themselves here in slot number 3 as well. Mako, a shark in the water against the side of Muskingum to guarantee another round win for SFU on Pearl.
Mako will back up an operator that could get a collat here, and all of a second they get one, have to reload, can't quite get the other one, don't need to. Sky's able to be the limit. They get another. Stomachs are just being opened up with holes in the shape of a bullet, and it doesn't tag at least that one. Another through the wall bang them because they can't kill the Mako.
Using an ultimate in Overwatch 2 can be incredibly dangerous. If you miss your ultimate, it could put your team in a very poor position, but with a little riz from Shiz, he kicked the door wide open for his main tank to come in and save the day.
Now you don't even have another chance to recalibrate yourself. And the big EMP into the shatter! Oh my god!
That EMP shatter was devastating. 6 seconds left for Sumter to try and touch. There's not going to be a recontest.
Now for this number 1 highlight of the week, I think anybody watching is going to know right away. Ridley is not a popular character in Smash Ultimate. So you know when you see 2 Ridleys going head to head, something incredible is bound to happen.
That's what I would do.
Yep, and then you sit and just take that up smash. Such a strong and potent kill move. Oh, we're going for the offstage gameplay. There's the stage fight from the neutral air. Hollow is a monster.
They live that. They live that. And now Holo has a very even game to play from. Minixo struggling to stabilize. Air dodges in.
We're seeing
but then
the
goes for one of their
reverse.
own. They do the same exact thing. Minixo gives Holo a taste of their own medicine.
And that brings week 5 to a close. Thank you all so much for watching this with me and getting to share all these moments and relive all these hype, fantastic plays in the ECAC. It's been a wild ride. We've got insane weeks coming up ahead as we get closer and closer to the end. The caliber of play gets higher and higher, and these players, they just improve and impress week after week. If you want to keep an eye on it, feel free to follow on all of the channels. If you want to follow me, it's just Septilence. You know where to find me on any social media. Thank you so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time. Can y'all believe we are already 6 weeks into the ECAC highlight videos, and there's still so much content and so many great plays to see from these teams? It's pretty amazing, but I'm super excited to jump into it. If you don't know by now, I'm Septilence, and I have the honor to walk you through this week's highlights. I'm very excited to see what we got. Catholic U starts the series up. Toddy, 2 stocks on the board, needs to take 1 more off of Cherry. When Cherry answers back strong, Toddy finds themselves in a bit of a panic, but they play it cool, they find the stock, and they win out the set.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CECC Last Chance Qualifier. We're in the round of 16 now, continuing in the East time zone. We'll pick up one more game today before we slide over to the West time zone. Vincent, who we got up next?
Well, we got an exciting matchup. We got the Dark Knights going up against SNHU, a team that's been on the cusp of greatness for quite a while at this point. We'll see if they can move forward in that attempt to get to that point. Dark Knights, a team that, well, you probably haven't seen a lot of, as they were formerly UCF Black, and now they've kind of stepped away from at least the esports program there, and they're doing their own thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and Vincent, will you remind myself and the audience how many teams make it out of this 55-team bracket?
That's a number 1 right there. Just a single one. It's a tough road.
A tough road indeed. Just one, and we've got only one map played out all the way through today. Best of ones all the way through. Let's check out what that map is going to be here in our second series. It'll be the Val Classic.
Yeah. This is, I mean, you just can't play the game without seeing a set. That's the reality. Though Haven is taking that spot very, very quickly in my book. So you know, it's nice to see some differences. We saw some Pearl earlier. I would love to see some more of that, but Ascent's okay too. What I do think is also going to be really interesting is SNHU. They play a bit of Ascent. They've done some time here, and they've gotten some pretty decent wins. I mean, they beat Maryland on this map. Not like the best team, but a pretty good team. They did get rolled by Ottawa Garnett. But that's to be expected. And they also played a very close game against Mizzou. Now that was like quite a long time ago. That was last season. Yeah. But you know, I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt because it's the same. It's the same squad, and Mizzou has the same squad too. So, you know, actually Mizzou has 2 different players. I lied. SNHU though has the same squad.
Fortunately, they'll have to shake off what was a loss for them in the round of 16. To Rutgers. That ended up being their loss on Ascent. Unfortunate, really. A series they couldn't take that shut them down when it comes to CVAL Spring, where the Dark Knights are still rolling. They're going to the upper bracket quarterfinals of CVAL. So in the quarterfinals here and in the quarterfinals over at CVAL. And when it comes to their run so far here in the LCQ, round 1, a nice little bye. Easy pickings for them to chill, wait for an opponent. And then they 13-5 the Cy Bears when it came to a pretty successful game. And everyone kind of getting involved in there. Pretty shared scoreline. No player below at least 10 frags. Everyone a positive KDA.
Yeah, it's been a good look. And I think that on the SNHU side of this thing, you know, got a freebie up against Southern Miss. Like that's nice to see, and I don't know if it will necessarily matter that they've just kind of walked into this for free. But what I do also think is that this is definitely going to be Dark Knight's game to take. They should be winning here, is the reality. As we're getting underway, it's a pretty quick move out here towards A for SNHU. They're moving fast, and they'll get the sight and the spike planted here in a moment.
Oh, the booby trap. Indiana Jones type stuff there. Comes down instantly. Double nano swarm turret under. Hell. Fortunately, they do have the regrowth available from the sky, so everyone back to full HP. SNHU, US Dark Knights now looking to play the retake, and they're going to waste no time on this one either. Agger going to find the first look. CDS shut down, trying to get out of this one. Pagco going to find himself a look. Scotty as well, as they storm their way out of door. Pagco going to find 2 more for their troubles. That should just about solidify the retake, unless C-Dubs has something to say about it. Going to pick up 1 and instantly traded by the Jet. 4 kills on the pistol.
That's nice stuff. And, you know, I think the difficulty for SNHU is realistically going to be, and this is going to sound maybe a little bit harsh, but shooting back hard enough. Like, this Dark Knight squad has been very good, and they've shown themselves to pretty much not have anyone that they just auto lose to. They've been competitive in pretty much every game that they've played, and you know, even when they're playing against top 5 teams like Winthrop, for example, they weren't like getting rolled. They were playing relatively close. Like they played 13-10, 13-11 game in that 2-0 that they lost. So I think that's going to be the hardest thing, and Pagco just kind of putting that on display on round number 1.
Great early dagger. There's nothing to be utilized on this execute, and Pagco just having a field. They got to pick up 3. Talk about shooting hard, and the Dark Knight's proving yet again to be able to do that when it comes to round number 2. The Vandal picked up into this round for Pagco to seal the deal. It did certainly find its value. Great early utility with the Paranoia and the likes of the dagger to set that one up.
You gotta wonder if the right play there is actually to continue that push after you get 0 pointed by like 4 players are 0 pointed.
Yeah.
Nobody can have any utility out.
Yeah, full suppression.
So I do think that was maybe a bit of a mistake, though. You'd imagine the thought process was let's just run him down. Let's try to get something going.
Eco round. Let's get it over with. Hope for a plant, and we'll Pagco continuing to plant bodies into the ground. A 4K looking for the ace. We'll pick that one up as well. 9 kills in the first 2 rounds.
And a Blade Storm ready to go. That's a ridiculous start to this game for Pagco. You love to see it. Nobody else required to do a darn thing. The very start of this game. Here's the bonus coming up for the Dark Knights, and well, it's a pretty decent one at that. Ares in the hands of Nightmare, though hasn't had to see anyone really outside the pistol, so that's nice to see. It's going to be over towards A for the time being, and then otherwise just a couple of Spectres. Scotty the only real rifle at hand, and there's a Viper wall that is very interesting, applying that towards B early.
It's a bit of a heat check round. Bit of a heat check round here for Pagco. A very early success. Has a place to play with here. Gave their Vandal away to a teammate. Is going to look to make something happen deep into link. Unfortunately, going to get shut down. Look for all that early space in towards mid. Cost them their life.
Yeah, you can't be doing that against a team as good as SNHU. They just aren't going to let you have those free angles or just take those fights against a Vandal with a Spectre.
Right. So 30 seconds away. SNHU able to put 1 player away, and they're going to try to take some stakes here towards B lobby. Is Scotty going to step into it? The only other player currently on the Dark Knights roster with the frag, just the 1 picked up to combine for the team's total 10. See if they step forward into this one. They're going to throw the fake. Dark cover going down towards Garden. Hasn't pulled players away. Dark Knights look about ready for this one. Scotty, a lot to do here early into the corner. Screen down. Here's the look. Gonna spray for 3. Everybody falls the likes of Scotty. Peachy finally able to clean up that player, but it's too little too late. The Dark Knights all the room in the world. And Peachy just gonna TP straight into trouble. The KO is there, but somehow, some way, Yeoman still finds the look. 2 more players to find, and they're caught through the wall.
Cat. Check.
Yeah, why no
your
check?
Damn corners! You just gotta check the corner, man!
Yeah.
That's so That's so brutal. There was so many players there that could have checked, and the wall goes down, and they just all turn around. They're like, yeah, no, he's probably not there. It's fine. It's fine. It wasn't fine. It's not fine.
Yeah.
I'm not fine.
No corner check, and then Scotty starts shooting, whiffs a couple of the opening spray, and still no one turns. Slow to react on top of it all. Tough from SNHU. That one going to hurt the scoreline and the mental. Jumping into a Shiko this round, see if they can find at least a couple frags just to help the mind. It's Nightmare going to find another wall bang. Looking to open up this round. Paj going to step forward now. Going to expend that Blaze Thorn that was activated after just round 2. And is going to find value. First look to be converted to the top ropes, and Agrit now gone as well.
Bro, what quick thinking. Sees you're going to get flashed, and Pashko's like, yeah, let me just put a Cloud Burst down and go into it. Because everybody's not going to hear it because the flash went off. That's just such a smart play. Such a ridiculous situation. And getting out of it with ease.
Peachy yet again, last player alive. Was able to get to sight. It's caught instantly by a wall bang though. Pashko going to be around the corner this time around. Absolutely Pandora's box when he steps into the angle. Looking for the 360. Nightmare going to take it away. 4-0 to start this game. Flawless on the scoreline. Flawless in round 4 as well.
I just want to, I know we've been talking about it, but 11-1.
Yeah.
Just 11-1.
Yeah, almost matching what was their scoreline for the entirety of last round. 16-10 was their final resident scoreline. Almost to that number. Just round 4.
It's brilliant to watch a player like Pashko just kind of have a game, you know?
Mm-hmm.
One of the most fun things to watch the game of Valorant, bar none, is that. I love slow and tactical play, but this is so much fun too. Just to watch Pashko work. Gonna get another opportunity here in a moment, more than likely. C-Dub's on the other side of this operator. But SNHU, understandably a little bit limited in this round.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the... Oh. Okay, info going to be there for both players now. Snakebite trying to get the op off the angle. Has done enough. I like the look from C-Dubs to play so much farther away after getting caught early by the recon and then the easy spray down. So recognition, I got to play farther down lobby when I'm going to hold this space. Rest of the team now going to try to work their way through garden. Flash to get an angle. Scotty's in the right time, but is going to get caught by a trade. Second look now from Scaffold. Nightmare has that one. They converted nicely on the defensive end. SNHU have been able to penetrate site. They've stepped into the space. KJ Utility going to go down with her, so that does give them room to work with here. A chance to plant, waiting for the Viper now to get involved before they throw it down.
Oh, there's that frag. Hilton making it move right into position. 3-on-3, guaranteed. Going to be an interesting positioning of the information. KBS, okay. One entry to get back in. Guiding light back the other way, and Hilton doing some good work, but it's a 1v1.
Good
and,
paranoia.
Oh, yeah, that hit as well. Peachy doesn't know it, though. But the HP it should have been a guarantee, but Pashko hits the shot first.
Peachy yet again, last player standing. Their third situation now. Yet again, can't quite convert. That one probably the most even. The most set up for him. Pashko will recover the operator. Will continue the winning ways. 13-1 now. Their scoreline. A 13 KD to open this game in just 5 rounds.
That's up there for some of the best Valorant, at least KD wise, I've seen in a hot minute. It's been a while.
Yeah, let's talk about this round economically for SNHU. What does losing this round mean for this team?
Yeah, I mean, obviously a bit of a reset. They have a gun round in this one, but $0, 0 creds available. Oh, nearly found the timing there, did Pashko.
Agri going to find the look deep down when it comes to CT spawn, and they're going to pull off of that initial paranoia. So they don't want any of the pressure. They recognize we've seen at least 2 players here. Don't know about the third KO, but they made the right call. They call off the head towards mid. They look to find that guard in that ace main split yet again. KJ will be here. Nanoswarm first off the audio cue. Agrin will sneak around. Turret expended, and SNHU have found their way off a quick mid-read to get towards sight. Scotty, though, shut down the spike, and a second look as well. Yet again, the Killjoy here to play spoiler. Gonna use that Cloud Burst to try to get back into it, and the lockdown going to send them right back home, right back where they came from. A third for Scotty, looking for 4, going to pick up that one as well. Massive when it counts. Just the Omen left of Peachy trying to escape. We'll find 2 before Don shuts them down. It's 6-0 thus far.
It's 4 frags in one magazine right there for Scotty as well. Just patiently waiting, one after the other. Dark Knights, it doesn't matter who it is, they're stepping up. Scotty Pajko leading the charge, obviously. But here's those consequences you were talking about to losing that last round. And well, I don't know that this is the right decision. I do understand the mindset. It's like, guys, it's 6-0. We got to get rounds.
We need a round, yeah.
Yeah, like investing heavily for the Bulldog, but just get something.
Guiding light high. Shot for Pajko is on. We'll go through the wall, though, so a little bit of HP still for the Jet. Not the same story, though, for the Sky. Hilton will fade away. Agrin wants to continue forward with this Blade Storm, but has to be so reserved in the angles taken, in the space provided, knowing they're so low HP, just to sneeze enough to take them out of this round. It's a much more aggressive Killjoy hold in this apartment as well. Just the Nano Swarm. They know it's not enough to hold this team back. They'll send 2 instead. Looking to break through early. That leads the wall bang here for the Sova. Hasn't quite found the mark.
Yeah, but some damage done. And though that certainly gives away information, it also has caused a maximum rotation. 3 players going back the other way. They're like, we don't want to deal with that, understandably so. So they go back to B. But that's right into the waiting, not so loving arms of Dawn. Quick crack. 1, a second even before C-Dubs can get a trade, but I mean, there's a chance. No. Odin's back in position, and here's the gun that was purchased at the outset of the round. A bit of criticism that I gave towards Peachy, saying, well, are they going to be able to afford anything left? Well, now they're in a 1v4.
Peachy back in this situation for the 4th time this game. Did manage to avoid the arms of the operator. TP's directly into the one-way, and well, the shorty will be their demise. 7-0. That's the clock keeps ticking for the Dark Knights.
The problem at this point, Kat, isn't even the shots. Like, that's a problem, but Pajko's posture right there and how confident they are is the problem for SNHU.
Yep.
Like, you're not going to be able to win fights when the team is this confident on you and still hitting shots. And so it's really a situation where SNHU have to show the Dark Knights that they should be respected, because they're not respecting them anymore. And you could see it in that play.
Yeah. Look for this early look towards lobby. Pajko sitting yet again, shorty in hand. Keep stunting themselves for a moment. Toxic screen to give them that first fight. They are going to win at least one look. Hilton going to take down KBS. Can they do more with it? Pajko will switch to the rifle now, looking to get up close and personal with this team coming out of lobby, but looks to all be a facade as the spike resonates over towards A.
Yeah, but it's not like there's no one here either. There is still the Killjoy in position. Scotty has the possibility of finding this, especially with all of the utility and the alarm bot set into position. This makes it very difficult for this rotation to be as successful as it could be. But a good split coming on up. Here it is.
Early contact calls for early nano swarms. The A main side of things caught off for now. Hunter's Fury's found one, Scotty another. Yet again, the defense holds strong, lets them into the site, but not without paying the dues. A couple frags going to be had, the toll bridge, if you will, for this team, as Don will find yet another. Now the Omen away. Shockbolt will take Ty. Suddenly, it's just the Viper, a pit to play around, but can C-Dubs find 4 kills to defend the spike efficiently? Pajko might be directly on their hindsight. It will be indeed. We'll take down the Viper, and we'll send another round their way. That finishes the job. Pajko now hitting 16 frags, has caught their last round score line of 16-10 in what was an 18-round game in just 8.
That's so ridiculous. This guy is on one tonight. This game is already over in my mind. I mean, maybe that's a bit disrespectful to SNHU. That's not the intention. But, like, when you're on the run like this, when Pajko's playing this well, there's really not a lot that you can do to actually counter it out. Because the reality is that this isn't something that is being done when it comes to the strategy. It's just strategy is good alongside a fantastic player playing fantastically.
Yep. And I mean, we talk about that when it comes to best of ones, right? Sometimes you get that early start, you get the momentum under you, and you just keep pushing. It can be so disrupting in best of ones when a team is on their game and the Dark Knights are nothing short of on it.
And that is part of the struggle of running through a bracket without having any sort of ability to run a best of 3, because these teams, they do have moments where somebody like Pashko just goes nuclear.
Yep.
Lockdown is out at the very least. It's a very interesting lockdown over
for mid-con.
Yeah. I mean, they got the space, and it has pushed back the players at A. So I guess you could call it pretty effective, but they've lost a player on entry. That's a problem.
Shock bolt going to come through. They recognize it this time, so they baited out the shock bolts, which is quite nice. Hilton going to get the plant down. And Opus found another player, though. The Dark Knights continue to win trades. 3-on-2, a low Pashko. Looking winnable for SNHU. Seeker's out for info. Now everybody's scaffold. That'll bring the Killjoy around now. Looking to fight this window. Scary with 8 HP.
No way. No way, Ty! The spray control is brilliant! And the quad kill will allow SNHU to get on the board. They finally got around, and it wasn't anything crazy other than Ty going ham.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about, right? This team needing to show some signs of something, some signs of confidence. And Ty walks in 8 HP up the scaffold and finds 3 players in what is a disadvantageous position. That certainly will garner respect back in your direction. SNHU finally defined a round, bit of momentum in their camp. Peachy's got an op into this round. Can they convert that into an 8-4 half?
They really need to convert at least another round. Because, I mean, losing the next round, that's almost just as bad. Because it just kind of shows that it was a shot in the dark. You know, a nice play, but it's just a play. They need to show that there is more where that came from. Pashko is getting a little bit curious. Takes a lot of damage though.
Gonna have this help here. They're going to look to rush his operator to shut down Pashko. They don't know the KO is here to help. KBS still going to find one, a second as well, despite the concussion. Very nice from KBS. Going to have Spike in their control, looking to puppy guard. Pop flash out, full blind, but a look deep into tile for C-Dubs. Going to be able to trade back to the direction. Even numbers at 3. Spike recovered in mid.
Great info gathered, but nice. Peachy covering off Nightmare. Now coming back for the player aggressing towards a main, and that is fortunate that Dawn is surviving. Thinking about getting a forward position, but Scotty, what a ridiculous play. Pushes back forward where KO was located. They thought they cleared it. No, you got to re-clear it again.
So very tough. 20 seconds here. Both players will be on the cross and an op set up on this position. If that op goes around, actually switch to the rifle, so both players going to have the chance to spray down at this one. SNHU going to cross. Smoke now faded. Full vision available. 10 seconds remain. Going to go down. Just shy of default on generator. Has to hold it. Peachy going to fall. Look to the swing and they'll have it. Both players going to find value. The Dark Knights up 8.
One thing that I've noticed about the Dark Knights, and you know, the one exception is that great play from Ty, is that they've been so good at just trading frags. It's such a simple thing, but it's the showing of a very good team, a mature team that's able to really consistently get those trade frags. And that's what the Dark Knights have been able to do, is that they're never in untradeable positions whenever they're playing those late round 2v2, 3v3 scenarios. And that's one of those situations once again right there.
Let's go early pick to be had. Agron just running through. Forget the turret, forget the alarm bot. I will step onto site. Going to have the space, and the teammates are indeed going to follow. So they've gotten in. They'll get a plant down yet again. Going to be a very difficult round to convert, especially down 1.
Well, especially with the lockdown and now the no command out. I don't even think they're going to use the lockdown. Oh. They don't feel they need it. Nope. Yes, we are going to see it. The 2 remaining players far closer than I think anybody had anticipated. It'll be over within seconds. And the plant was down. And I guess that's one positive to take away if you're SNHU, but 10-1? We're getting into that territory of rare to no comebacks I've seen.
Well, Vince, you asked them to win one more round. They've still got the chance.
And it's an important one there, right? Listen, 11-1. I don't know that I've actually seen an 11-1 comeback before. 10-2, I've seen those. And I've seen a couple of them. So not that it matters what I've seen, but the reality is that extra round matters so much because you just have some ability to have a loss in your comeback.
Yeah.
It's hard to be perfect.
Absolutely. Hi, Recon. Info on one on this KJ. Nightmare wants to step into it. Read very nicely by Ty. Will pick that one up. Another good early play. Another killjoy here. Scotty, can you make one back? Playing behind his dark cover. Will choose to play the patient game. The right choice indeed. Rest of the team not here to help. So they'll rotate through now. Going to have to play the retake. SNHU full strength on the hold.
It's a good look. They've rarely been able to take this B site. I think this is only the second time in the half that they've been able to do so, and with a man advantage, that's something they've really never had. Like, that knife's great, though. I think it caught 3.
They'll capitalize off of it. Scotty and Don going to pick up the first 2. Now they've got control towards lane, and they'll capitalize. Going to put the jet forward first. Hilton in awkward position. Can they shoot their way out? Rest of the team can. Going to be there to help. Pashko can't find a second look as Hilton will convert C-dubs to finish the job. SNHU find a second round. Can that spark a massive comeback for them in half number 2?
It's what I asked for. They did deliver, and respect for that. The Dark Knights on a run, no doubt. I mean, 10 rounds in one half is nothing to turn your nose up at, but what I do know is that SNHU, they do need this pistol. This will be a very important round. And the good news is Hilton has one of the best ghosts in the game, so
the spark they need.
Skins equals wins, Cat. We know.
SNHU looking like they want to play the B main rush, and fortunately the Dark Knights look like they want to play the A main rush.
I just realized KBS has 22 assists, bro.
That is mind-boggling.
That's ridiculous. Listen, if your KO has 3 kills but 22 assists, you should be fine with it every time.
Literally the GOAT. Early smoke for C-dubs, caught by the paranoia. He's getting out of there. Don't blame him. Dark Knight's going to walk in. They've got the A site. It's post-plant time.
That's perfect as well. These post plants are really solid. Look at how the crossfire is potentially set up for anybody who's dropping from heaven, but that isn't going to happen by the look of it.
They're looking to find the killjoy.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of time to do so, and whilst that's not unreasonable, you got to realize that Dark Knights are good at these post plants, and there's still things like this 0 point to deal with.
Yeah, and they'll finally start to expend that utility as they push their way forward. Paranoid to try to push their way towards the site. Caught on Generator, but not worried about Hell just yet. And that will cost them their life. Pajka will find 2. KBS and Nightmare combine for the last, and it's a flawless pistol round picked up for the Dark Knights.
Free gun, by the way. Nightmare just, casually right-clicking into the smoke. Gets the frag anyway. Gotta love it. An 11-2 scoreline, though, is not going to be lovely. At least not for Southern New Hampshire. I mean, they're in a spot of trouble. The forced buy-in, and you can make the very difficult argument to go for the save and get at least a good round. But I don't know that I would have the wherewithal to make that call.
Back to A. The Dark Knights. Paranoia yet again goes towards Generator. Peachy up close and personal behind this dark cover. No one will step in, though. Good awareness from the team. Guarantee yet another plant. Post-plant scenario back on its way. Door broken pretty quickly here. No one going to step through just yet. SNHU going to walk behind. And yet again, Scotty looking to play spoiler to anyone on the flank. Pajka will find one over towards Scaffold. Nightmare another. Peachy finally to get a trade back in a fight for the Scaffold control and wins it out. 3 with the Stinger. Puts us back to even numbers.
And that shock dart, though, creates some space. Scotty on a long rotate. But look, it's planted for him. So Nightmare just needs to stay alive. Just needs to take this fight. And Scotty gonna get there in time. That first fight is good. Throws out the Nano Swarm. Able to put that into position. Instantly calls in the second. Playing a dangerous game of peekaboo right now is Peachy. Just cannot get the timing right. And Scotty pulling out the pistol for what is now 12 rounds for the Dark Knights.
So close for Peachy, a 4K converted, but it just was not enough. The Killjoy held too strong. It's match point for a team that has looked so dominant all the way through this one. SNHG will buy everything this camp can provide. See if they can bring something to the table. Dark Knights yet again will walk back. Look for this A site take.
Well, this is truly last chance for SNHU. Win or go home, as we've been talking about. Best of ones, tough, and even tougher when it's 12-2.
Do they check wine? Do they check wine? They do not. C-Dubs has the chance to make a big play. Gonna pick up 2. Nightmare now to trade. The Dark Knights down numbers as they work their way back into the A site. Peachy will take shots. Going to be known about. Gets hit with a run and gun Vandal. Back to even numbers yet again. 3-3. Scotty going to work way faster on the flank this time as well. Are they ready? They are not. Hilton going to fall. There's a rifle to be had for the Killjoy. Looking to continue the ways. Akron will catch him quickly. Wallbang converted. Needs to find 2 more, though, to keep this team alive. Southern New Hampshire, last round, last chance to try to make it to Arlington, and Nightmare will shut it down. They'll be seeing that one for days. 13-2. The Dark Knights run their way into the semifinal.
Dude, they sprinted. That was just a run. It was full on sprinting, man. Dark Knights didn't put a foot wrong, and we gotta talk about it. Pashko, GOAT performance right there. I mean, that was incredible stuff. Scotty right there with him. I mean, to be fair, but the clutch factor, the multi-kills, and everything else alongside it for Pashko. Nearly 20 in one half of Valorant. That is
ridiculous.
That's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, ridiculous indeed. I mean, that scoreboard for them just looks so good. Only player who goes below the 10 kills, who goes negative in the KD is KBS. It's mentioned 4 and 9, but 26 assists. So kind of makes up for it, right? Like, how do you want KVS to get kills when the rest of the team has all of them? And definitely having the assist when it comes to suppressions, when it comes to flashes, get the team in the door. So the value's certainly there. This team firing on all cylinders, everybody getting involved.
Yeah, that is absolutely the case. And as I said in the middle of the game, right? Like, it doesn't matter what your kills are when you have that many assists and you're the KO. You're the initiator. You're the one getting your team into position. Right. You're the one sacrificing your fragging potential to do that. That's your role. That's the point. And delivering massively. And there's a correlation between teams that have a KO or a initiator that's willing to take those roles and just flourish in that position, and teams that continually win. And that's what we're seeing here for Dark Knights.
Yeah, and real quick before we throw the break and switch over to the West time zone, I want to bring up a point that our observer threw out for us. Full 5 assists on round number 2 and round number 3 on the attacking side for KVS. So immense value. Every single frag assisted. That shows you the value of this team, and we'll get to see more of them when it comes to the semifinals tomorrow, hopefully. But for us, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, it's over to the Western time zone side of the bracket. See you in a little bit.
Especially off stage, it can definitely be missing. Ooh, that was sexy. Oh no!
Suni Poly was feeling great. 2 games already won, 2 games to go, and Wake Forest already 1 point in the lead, but with 16 seconds left on the clock, Toucan strikes a goal to tie things up and gives Suni Poly their chance at the 3rd win in a row.
Field pass to Toucan with the shot. There goes the tie. 16 seconds left here in game number 3. Looking at potential overtime now.
And the only reason why that was not saved because of the amazing speed on the ball there. Thankless in the right position.
The pistol round in Valorant is one that many consider to be possibly the hardest in the game because you have no utility. You've just got your pistol and a dream to win the round. Space from UA, however, had his opponent seeing stars when he takes down all 5 of them in less than a minute with only a pistol.
That to cut off vision and go for a defusal. Pond is also available, so I'll be selling for some information. Crossfire, it's going to be something of a nightmare to deal with.
One enemy.
He's going to back up. Oh, a nice dink. That's a 4K. Looking for the ace is Shadow, as they want to be able to get another one, and they're going to open up this game.
For clip number 5 here, our keen-eyed viewers might notice that clip number 7 does in fact spoil the result of this one, but does not make it any less interesting. Suni Poly, things are close, but in the final half of this game, they close it out aggressively against Wake Forest.
Go ahead and push it through. Of course you are. Had plenty of boost as well. Why not? Wes has just been a mechanical nuisance for the defense here of Wake Forest. If not extending the play, getting some of these individual.
With a great EMP Death Blossom combo, Southern Arkansas was feeling fantastic. One member of the opposing team already down 4 to go, and they could cap that first point. But they're about to learn the hard way that nothing shines brighter than the Suns.
Out onto the field. This might be good enough for Bellarmine to be able to hold on, but no.
Both the healers!
Suns! No way! You just went right up into the back line and hit the fatty shatty from behind. We were trying to do the same thing, but Suns...
Yoru in Valorant is considered to be one of the worst agents in the entire game, but Rusty, clearly a big fan of Yoru just like myself, comes out quick, gets a 3v1 victory, and secures the penultimate round for UA.
Hurry. Does OCM first, able to turn one from boxes. Will be able to counter strafe. No, where are you looking? What? Oh my goodness! Rusty's able to do it all himself! Where in the world was that second man looking?
This upcoming clip absolutely deserves this second place slot because, as you know, these clips are usually about 30 seconds to a minute, but Percival did so much more than we'd ever be able to fit in 1 minute, taking all 9 stocks off of the opposing team before losing 3 of his own.
Timing on the up special from Little Mac. A potential KO punch is going to whiff here. 4-1-2. Little Mac is off stage. There's the Nikita. Air dodge is going to get caught. He has no jump. He's catching it with the drop, Nikita, and the down smash, but he's still alive. He is living. One read there from Little Mac is going to take that's the neutral air.
Our number 1 clip for week number 6 is easily my favorite. We're about to watch Priz get a 5K, a complete ace with the Odin. The clip itself is great, but the camera work makes it so much better. Enjoy this clip.
And there you go. Okay, so they're systematically clearing. You love to see this, but they're running into 2 Odins. This definitely isn't a fun time for anybody that's involved. Priz gonna find 1 here in Boathouse. The ping's coming out. Priz gets the collapse. Priz finds it. Priz finds 4. Can he get the 5th? The ace for Priz coming out with the Odin. Just camping out in Boathouse. He has a campfire. He's got some marshmallows and some graham crackers, and he's making s'mores out of Stonehill.
And as all good things must, week 6 highlights have come to a close. Folks, it's always a blast to get to walk through this with you. So if you enjoy what you're seeing, go catch it live. Go check out ECAC on all their main channels. If you like what you're seeing here, feel free to follow me on my socials. It's just Septilence everywhere. Thank you so much for watching, folks. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you next week.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see that Train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure.
the majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus.
Right.
One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, you know, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, you know, eligibility checks and, you know, what, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, you know, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
You know, I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. You know, we defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, you know, and expand.
Can I ask Bob a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. You know, right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do, and why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, you know, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You know, you're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it all.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble.
There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy.
Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and the suit is new, so. Oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen? All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here. We have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
Nope. You know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here. Yeah, that's not his name. I just keep calling him that. Yeah. His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah, that's not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably not going to use this, but I want to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, we are not dropping a map for the rest of the day. And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game, going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral Area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you a lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, good. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do we, how do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been, all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with the models with the academy team,
and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to any esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training with under a structure or a system or a coach from a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, and that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when then when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. I think, well, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan,
Welcome back, everybody, to the CECC Last Chance Qualifier. We've just narrowed down 4 teams over on the East Time Zone. Now, we've got to get 4 more over on the West side of things. I'm Catnator. That's Vincent. We're continuing the journey.
That we are. And, things are pretty set in stone in that there was favorites and then the not so favorites back on the East Coast.
Sure.
I'm calling them like it is, okay, Kat? What is true is that there are lots of favorites, but there's also a lot of question marks on this side of the bracket. And the reason is you have the likes of like Oklahoma Christian, who have had a fantastic semester thus far. They came out of nowhere and they've been continuing to have success. But there's a lot of teams that it's like, oh, they used to be okay and now they're struggling, like UH Premier, SJSU, for example, U Alberta. Those are all teams that have been on a downward trajectory as of late. And then there's other teams that have been on an upward trajectory, like SFU Flamingo. They've been doing very good. UBC Black, they've been on the upswing. It's kind of hard to call who will be taking the spots into the semis and the finals, into the playoff bracket. I don't know. It's a hard one to say the least.
Yep, absolutely so. And before we get into and touch on what will be our first matchup here in the round of 32 for the West side of things, think about how this event is possible. Shout out to Zip Chair and Dream Seat presenting the Last Chance Qualifier, the official gaming chair of the CECC. You can head over to zipchair.com to elevate your gaming chair day. Listen, I gotta tell you, I got one of these suckers.
Oh yeah?
Can't really tell. I'm a little too big for you to see the logo, but I got one.
Okay.
It's pretty clean. Not gonna lie. So I would head to zipchair.com if I were you.
Yeah, I'll be headed over there just as soon as we get done with this matchup, which is going to be, I mentioned Simon Fraser, SFU Flamingo. It's actually not going to be that team. That's the main team. It's SFU Black going up against WSU Crimson. That's going to be the matchup that we start with. And, you know, I think the conversation around this is really not all that complicated. It's really how many rounds are WSU going to get?
Wow. I was gonna, really lay it on gently. I was gonna say, I think that in your opening speech, you told us that, there may be a little bit of question marks in the bracket. I think this could be a question mark. How will the WSU show up and show out a team that has very limited match history to really review? When it came to this upcoming CVAL, didn't have the best results. We're out in the first round, and now we come into a map like Lotus where there's tons of question marks for everybody, even good rosters, in terms of how quickly in the offseason were they able to grind this map out to see success early into this semester. When it comes to Simon Fraser, we haven't seen them play very recently either. They haven't played since winter of CVAL. So, I think there's a little bit of question marks on both sides. So when it comes to teams on the upward, team on the downward, these are definitely teams just floating in the middle, a bit of purgatory in terms of this match.
I think that's totally fair. What I do know, though, is that SFU Black, at least historically, though, they've played well against teams like U Alberta. Like, they got 2-0'd in NECC semifinals against that team. But, they played 13-11, 13-7. It wasn't bad by any means. So I think on paper, they are the team to beat.
Yeah, for sure.
And, I'll admit there's maybe a little bit of over-exaggeration in the way I brought that in, but that's also because we just don't have the data. So and Washington State, they just haven't played CVAL this season. So
right.
That suggests one or two things on paper to me, and that's number one, they didn't feel like they were going to get into that position where they could win any games, and they were just going to get kind of stomped out, or it could just mean they were focused on other things, and that's also really quite reasonable.
Absolutely. Interesting, to say the least, in terms of composition. I think Breach is just the choice on Lotus. So successful, so many options with the amount of walls that there are. Interested to see the utilization of Gecko for both of these teams, both hovering, both considering. A bit more aggressive comp for the side of Simon Fraser, but they are starting on the attack, so reasonable.
I also see the Harbor being thought about right now. I'd love to see that be locked in, and I think it probably will be. If Davis just selects the Harbor, that would be great. All right, there we go.
There you go.
We're gonna. We did get a bit baited with the Gecko there, but we get at least one nice on the Gecko for Washington, but. I think that Harbor here as a solo controller is viable, but I feel like still running double controller is pretty okay as well. So I'm not sure which one I like the best at this point. I haven't seen enough of Harbor on this map, to be honest, to actually tell.
In the rare instances that I have seen Harbor, have been quite favorable due to the option to cut off the links. The wall, honestly, space-wise works pretty perfect in terms of how large sightlines are and how deep angles are. So you're able, when it comes to C-site, you're able to cover off the very back of CT as well as Link coming into B-site. B-site, same story, covering Link, covering the upper part of site. So there is a decent amount of value with the height side as long as you're able to put it in the right place. And if they're a team that picked the Harbor, I expect them to be capable of doing so.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like Harbor was maybe not purpose made, but certainly sculpted for this map.
Yeah, just a bit.
Or like the map came out right after Harbor was released, and it's like, yeah, this do work quite perfectly in a lot of these cases. So, yeah, I've liked what I've seen before. It's the question of, as a solo controller, is that going to be the best option? I think so. I think it's good. The other side of it is obviously the Gecko conversation. You let me in on a little secret earlier that you haven't gotten to see a ton of Gecko yet.
No.
So I will say that I've seen it a couple times. What I've noticed is that when it's having high impact, it's really high impact, and then sometimes it's just kind of there.
Sure, interesting. I do think when it comes to anything new in the game. We see teams very reserved to actually take it out into officials, especially an official like this. This best of one is it. Besides the issue, so they feel confident. I'm interested to see how it goes. Slayer, fortunately, going to fall early. Bree will have that look. Wants to get more with the paranoia. Unfortunately, that cost them their life there as they get swung.
Can't be having the utility out when you're getting pushed, but with the spike down and only one player remaining, this might be a problem.
Like such right now. Lunar trying to do what they can with these nades. Does get one out on the spike. Gonna kill a little extra time. Gonna take a player two. The Gecko to fall. Now 1-on-2. A very low breach. Demetrius gonna step forward. Contact with the Killjoy first. Let's try to stack up here. Demetrius does stay alive. Finds the frag. Washington State win the pistol.
I'd love it if Washington State just won this game. I think that'd be really fun. after the start that we had, it's like
we're gonna run the tapes.
Yeah, exactly. That's when I get like a very mad player just at me on Twitter. You're like, what did you say about me, bozo? And I'll be like, yeah, my bad. Sorry about that.
Just straight to your DMs with a screenshot of the scoreboard.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I'm sorry, I really am. It's not personal.
Absolutely. I like the value that we got to see from the Harbor there in that round. Even though they don't win it, got the quick plant off of basically we talked about just before the map queued up, the high side going to Link, going to the top of site, even getting that wall curvature enough that they were able to cover the look towards the broken pane going towards A as well. So covered all three angles, got to the quick plant, just unfortunately couldn't hold on at the very end of the round.
There's one thing I have noticed about Lotus, and it's sort of like early Haven vibes with, like, you know how early Haven, you just shouldn't go B.
Yeah.
Feels like that's also true for Lotus right now. It's like you just don't win it at B on the attack side. You just post plant's impossible.
Nice out early, and Loafman going to capitalize off the early creatures.
Ooh.
A 4-piece for the Jet. Low bro out. Nothing to see because everyone's dead. Loafman's already found the looks.
A little brutal, I would say. But yeah, true story. There's the ace. Loafman making it look quite simple, quite easy for Washington State on their second round. Simon Fraser gonna have to do a little better in moving forward, and they're gonna have a little bit better in this next one where they've got the weapons, they've got the guns. They just need to hit the shots. There is a Blade Storm possibility. Loafman just needs a kill in orb or a death. Obviously, the death not the preferred strategy to get there.
For sure.
But also nice utility early.
Yeah, very good Dizzy.
From Nisu. Yeah, like to see that as well.
Just so quick. Yeah, I mean, literally no time to react when in the air. Thanks to assist off it. Loafman gonna look to finish this ult right now. Slayer wanting it all. Did open the space, technically speaking. There are trades in that department. B frag going to come through as well. So room for Simon Fraser to play with. Threw in the raise to open the door, and it's worked quite nicely thus far. Is she going to walk through the nano swarms? Going to be a little closer to site than I think Washington State will be ready for right now, but no real contestant, so no real issue. This plant should come down momentarily.
And that Trailblazer doing a good job of pretty much clearing out the entirety of the site. A little bit of timing. That mosh pit won't quite get there the moment necessary, and I don't think Dizzy's going to find anything either. Lots of lacking information for Washington on this retake.
That fault line had value, and is still going to finish the job, though. So 3-on-3. Cloudburst will try to make something happen here, and Wingman going to touch the spike. Killed, though, by the Nano Swarm. Trades in both departments, still 2-on-2. Nice getting the job done for the top of site. Just Davis left trying to hold on to this mound peak. He's picked up one. One more to find. It's Loafman, the player just to get an ace. Has to work quickly here. Time runs very short. And Davis just won't give the peak away. We'll finish the job now. It's a clutch up for the Harbor.
And good work from Davis. It got a little scary. I will say that Itchy maybe getting a little too aggressive there with the fault line. I understand was trying to take advantage of the utility, but it was just maybe a bit more patient. It wouldn't have been quite so close there at the end of the round. But nonetheless, small things for Simon Fraser to deal with as they head into this next round. The victory secured. They've got a Reckoning and a Lockdown, which should give them ample opportunity to gather control of the site. But guess what's on the other side towards A? It's the Blade Storm. This Jet has that ready to go alongside the Gecko of Naisu.
So Reckoning to try to step into the site. Wolfman and Naisu both going to back away from this. Wolfman still caught. Fortunate enough, though, there's no peek towards the upper end of sight. Wolfman going to come off of slope to pick up one. Traded, though, quickly by Icarus. So they've gotten in. They're going to plant into the cove as well. Hospital B here, and Icarus going to back away.
Oh, great timing there to get out of it. A little rough on the Guardian work there, but still very winnable with the lockdown enabled. And here's the Thrash.
Thrash out early into this one. Ult immediately on the board and utilized. Still util to work with here. As he comes forward, Icarus just barely avoids the sight line. Demetrius will find another. So advantage will be here. Ree will pick up 2 and finish the round. Washington State now lead 3-1.
So bonus round doesn't work out so well, but the following gun round works out beautifully for Washington. Making their way into that 3-1 lead is nice to see. Oh, and this buy from Davis is a bit ambitious.
Yeah.
He's the only one who can afford the purchase, really. And I hope we're going to see a sell.
Time to head to the pawn shop. Guaranteed.
I'm going to steal that. That's brilliant. Just pawn shop it.
And please do not buy that gun.
You don't like the Bulldog?
Listen, it's not a name brand cereal time. It's time to get a non-name brand cereal. I'd make a better joke, but legality.
Let that dog bark. Oh. Come on now.
We'll see if it barks. They're going to head to the B side. They've been able to find pretty consistent early picks here. Haven't quite converted the rounds off of them, but have gotten the advantage at least beginning. Didn't find the early look this time. It's usually just been a player crossing. Unfortunately, that cross was not there to happen. So the play instead towards C, it does not look very welcoming.
No, the red carpet certainly has not been thrown out. It's more like, well, I guess it will be red after they're done. Considering the blood spilled, probably. Considering the utility here. Trailblazer popping out, and there comes the utility, but it's a bit preemptive. A little early days.
A fault line rechargeable. The final blow in that push. So they'll head away. They'll open the door instead. Look for B. 3 players at home. Washington State's been great defensively with rotations early into this round. Contact's going to come through now on the back end of things. Demetrius has the first. Blade Storm out in full effect. It's nice. He's going to take the kill away from Wolfman. Wanted it all up close, and unfortunately, teammate wanted it just a little bit more, but nonetheless, the frag's converted. We'll go out to see what they can see. Is going to find his death out towards Link. They know players indeed still in the middle of the map. This Lunar now out with the Marshal, begging someone to peek. They do, and well, they don't hit the shot. Ree's going to have it. Flashing their own team. A little unlucky for Icarus there as they try to continue the push out towards site. Just looking for anything, and nothing will be found. Washington State 4-1.
Yeah, so like I was saying, just the B site, just think of it as a big red X on the map, and I think that's probably more effective if you're the attackers. It is nice to get a plant down, though, which is what the plan was for Simon Fraser on an eco round. If you're not expecting to win the post plant, but unfortunately for them, they just got hit with the blades, and it was not fun in the slightest. 4-1, good scoreline, defensive start. Like you said, it's been phenomenal. Love to see this, as the entirety of this area just a fault line, one from either side.
All right, so Simon Fraser, utility expended. We'll walk into the space. Room, but to get them there. Throw the lockdown here. Won't negate the kills of utility, but it might kill the alarm bot up close. Will not. So actually, everything's still cooking. Second swarm will be up. First one broken by the blast pack. Team does get to sight, so the lockdown's been converted. Rolling Thunder for both teams. This could be an interesting post-plan and retake.
Yeah, Cove just for extra protection. And here's a Rolling Thunder. But it's aimed away from the players on the site. It doesn't really catch anyone, actually. Washington State, a bit of a mistake.
See if they can find value off it regardless. Reed's going to pick up one player that is on the site. Fault line is stalled. Mound, they'll put the dark cover there as well. Going to get caught, though. And now Rolling Thunder back the other direction for the post plant. They'll look for the extra aggression. Itchy would fall. The rest of the team having value. Just Nick 2K left standing in a 1-on-3. Dark cover just moments away from falling. A push forward for Icarus, and Lunar will trade him through the smoke. Simon Fraser going to find a round back. Everyone gets involved.
Fortunately for Nick 2K, he needed a 3K, and that was one more K than he had at his disposal. Washington State, though, still a good look, but a mistake on that Rolling Thunder, I think. That realistically, didn't get the value that they would have hoped for, and Itchy, on the other hand, got maximum value from his. Not only that, aftershock kill as well on the spike. That's great. Don't see that every day, and you definitely want to take advantage of it when you can. Thrash online. We'll see what this Gecko looks to do with that. There's a showstopper at hand for Simon Fraser. We'll be watching that to probably make their way into a site, I would imagine.
Goes to Lyric. No contact going to be there. The contact instead remains on the front lines. The Slayer going to find Naisu. Look to continue their way forward. Thinking about door, and while they've opened it now, finally the Lurk will have its value. B-site much more open to one player pushes than 5, and Lunar will find that out here in round number 7. Bree's going to find Davis. Loaf made a trade back as well. Even numbers yet again.
This was such a good look for Simon Fraser just moments ago, but Loafman and company just finding the critical frags, even the odds to push this into a 3-on-3. Of course, there's no ultimate utility available, and that from the shadows is just to check that there's nobody at B. I like the proactive information gathering that Ree's doing right there. Doesn't give them really a lot, but just knowing they're not around is big enough.
Oh, interesting from Ree. Does go for the shoulder peek there as the dark cover is coming down, so still confirms information. There are players here. Was able to step away off of slope. Now going to jump back down after the paranoia comes through. Same story with Loafman. Going to pick up one. Have the initial sight hold. Will continue the journey. Icarus going to trade one back. Lunar gets involved as well. It's all up to Ree. Going to pick up the first low HP now against Lunar. Full HP to work with. 150 for the Killjoy and a bit of util to go with it. We're going to walk into the dark cover. Timing on his side, but Lunar a little bit quicker getting the crosshair back up. A 3K for the Killjoy leads to Simon Fraser's third round.
It's been a little bit touch and go, but SFU have slowly brought this back to more reason. And so, with that being said, the slower approach, especially after losing those two players, has really come and helped them out. They've been able to just hold, just wait for a second, and make Washington State think a little bit too much about what they were doing. Gather information by getting aggressive, or in that case, having a couple players falling back and nobody able to trade Ree.
Simon Fraser going to work into the Killjoy setup again. Haven't felt like it's been too much of a deterrent for them. Double satchel in for Slayer. Showstopper looking to have some fun, and it will find its value. AoE damage converted off the Seeker's early information gather. Simon Fraser plan to go down. Haven't been able to hold C. Is this the change?
Well, it could be. The Reckoning, though, that is going to be a problem. Well, if Davis gets kills like that, it's even worse. Itchy as well. This has all been over unless Naisu can somehow find something fast.
First pick converted. Both main instantly traded, and Lunar will find it with a nano swarm from the top of sight. All tied up in this one. Simon Fraser able to convert off the C site take.
Those nano swarms that kill you because they're in the air are so toxic. Yeah. I don't know if they should be like removed or anything, but I just think they suck. It's not fun to get killed by in the slightest. First time we're really seeing a big eco round now for Washington State, as it's been all evened up. Simon Fraser leaning towards A with the spike initially for the time being as well. And this is where the Reckoning can be very effective, often used here at the A site. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see it used here. But against an eco round, they might just try and save that for a different one.
Simon Fraser's been pushing very quickly, full team in each direction. I think it's allowed Washington State a slightly easier defensive read. Look how early they've already moved all the resources over towards A, and that's just off of no early C contact, no early boom bot. So they feel pretty confident this one's coming. They'll expend the necessary utility of just the dark covers, able to hold everything else towards site. 3 players in that department.
Yeah, they are very much playing 3 players to whatever site's getting the utility at the time, and even a 4th rotating kind of close by. But it is going to be a bit of a ruse. It's not quite a full fake or anything, but it's going to be somewhat effective. You can see the B pressure being applied. And now it's back towards C, where there was a Killjoy. That Killjoy has given up the site. Yeah, and that's that circular high tide you were talking about earlier.
All the room in the world, Cove once again to guarantee the plant. So Simon Fraser have yet again gotten to see, reckoning to hold if they can use it wisely.
Thrash needs to get big value here, really.
Oh, Lunar able to find 2 off the lurk. Demetrius going to trade now. Vandal picked up. Do they spend Thrash into this one while they have limited utility? Will be the question. Nisu continuing down. Once one pick and then possibly the pop. Demetrius going to get it. Icarus going to fall. They're going to look to storm the mound. Wingman look to defuse. That leaves Nisu the opportunity to still get the advanced sight lines. Reckoning's out, but no one's killed the Wingman. Looking to hold on. Little bro for the defuse, but it can't quite come through. Itchy will take the last 2 frags and convert the round.
And the Reckoning, I don't even know if it necessarily had the most values individually, but I think it created a lot of pressure for the defense. They felt that pressure, and so they wanted to push. They wanted to get into position because they knew the imminent stun was coming, and they had to get a move on before that happened because they certainly weren't going to win after that. So hanging on to the Thrash, though, and so now they've got more than that. It's Blades and a lockdown at hand. Oh, look, some aggression. Loveman has an op.
Nice, who gonna look to convert off this early info. Has picked up 1. Full blind, nothing to see, and Lunar gonna take him down finally. Loafmane's op shot no good. Can't trade. Rest of the team on their way from B-Link. Reed to pick up 1. Davis another trade. Demetrius couldn't quite get out the door in time. Caught behind. They're gonna look to catch them instead in spawn.
Oh no!
Had the moment, but just took the weapon away. Davis able to freely convert that elimination. They're walking their way now down to the A site.
You can't shoot while your gun's on safety or your knife's in your hand. Oh no. Brutal way to lose out. Just a quick switch gets the very best of us. The Oppa in hand, but the Blades online. For Loafmane making the move into sight. It's a very far up position very early.
Dynamite went so deep, I don't think it even gives the information that Loafmane is here this close to sight. That one certainly will. We'll get a blind as well. Trailblazer out. First pick for Loafmane. Nowhere to go.
Oh!
It doesn't matter. A massive right click. Even while caught by the concussion, Washington State will tie things up.
So this is what I call, and listen, wrong game, but this is what I call a no-nade zone for Simon Fraser. It's just, you don't need to use any utility if you're taking that fight, is the reality. And it's a rough timing. I'm not denying that, but it's so tough when they walk around the corner. The Trailblazers out. Oh, brilliant decision making. It's that split second that Loafman is like, I'm just committed to the Blade Storm, that it saves that round.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they really need to do anything there. They're doubled up.
Yeah.
Deep into sight.
Just guns out.
And even then, don't need to swing until Spike's been tapped, and then you can swing off your flash. Like, definitely look for info gather they didn't necessarily need. And high pressure scenario, close game. This game decides your run in what is such a tough bracket. Tensions are high, and sometimes things just happen.
That they do. Speaking of things just happening, sometimes you just give up the C site for free.
Yeah, this will be awkward in a second.
Though the spike's not there, which is even more awkward because they have the site and they're going to a site they don't have.
Yeah, they faked themselves. Simon Fraser going to walk away thinking all of Washington would have moved to that lockdown, but they did not. They're still here ready to play. Demetrius going to let them know that the hard way has found 2 frags. And the spike's suddenly stuck in limbo. Do I continue on my way or do I go back to what might not be clear any longer? As Lunar will fall in the middle of the map to Nick 2K. What started as a wide open C site has led to Simon Fraser falling with the spike dead by Root.
You played yourselves, bud. That's rough. You hate to see it. Simon Fraser just getting a little too cheeky. That's the reality. Thought they had a good call, but my usual go-to is if you making the rotate forces you to give up an entire site, then you don't need to rotate.
Right.
So hard when that's the round was clearly a fake C early to go back A, and they just stuck with the plan. Does that have 5 players? 4 players that got caught by the fault line? That was great.
Going Thunder will catch just the one onto sight. Is he looking to get away? Double satchel from Slayers, put him up close and personal, but Loaf main deep op shot will save the teammate. Nicely will find value onto Itchy. Simon Fraser yet again shut down in this round.
Yeah, I mean, they've been hot. They've had to fight so hard for these 5 rounds that SFU have right now, and I think they're just going to be left limited to those 5. The consideration that it's a 5-on-3, and there's still massive utility left here for Washington. They've not even invested their big heavy hitters just yet. Got a lockdown for the rotation, and well, that's another one off the cards. Nice, is just farming.
Farming indeed. One more for their troubles, perhaps. Mosh gonna force Davis forward. Awkward fight. Flash to help. Nice to convert. A 4K for the troubles. A 2-round lead into the half.
Well, time to shine for Washington State. It should be a fantastic upset for them. I mean, let's keep it a buck. They're walking into a tough position no matter how it goes. Because they got SFU Flamengo coming up next. But a victory would be really cool to see. 7-5 at the half. I think Simon Fraser Black should honestly be pretty happy with that. When you look at the way that some of those rounds went, pretty fortunate to get 5.
Yeah. Can't help but agree with you when it comes to that one. Simon Fraser putting a lot in. I mean, you can tell the death count, 3 players on 11 on what is now round 13 when it comes to the death category, taking everything down to the wire to convert the rounds that they did. Dark cover from Reed, trying to get a little extra space when it comes to the Rebel department. We'll throw the deeper dark cover to scale. They won't choose to, though.
I was about to say, they've just invested both their early dark covers, so they're going to have to wait a pretty significant amount of time for those both to come back online. And that's their only controller utility, so something to keep an eye on. Is we've seen them slow down just maybe for that reason.
Shot to the top ropes. Loafmain going to pick up one. And High Tide going to force them away. No more vision. So instead, they'll head through the doorway, looking to go to C. It'll be an alarm bot Nanoswarm up close and personal. Nanoswarm does get popped. This could be disastrous if they find this little guy looking to plant Spike, and he's caught. Spike now down to the ground. Fortunately, lands pretty close. Came back down the overhang right in front of Washington State. They can reconvert it pretty easily, but Simon Fraser quickly looking to pinch onto this one. Lunar going to pick up the first look. A flank on its way. Does it get there in time? Trust the team slowly decimated on the front line. Nicely picking up one. Looking to get knife right now. Trying to stay alive. Davis going to finish the job. Ree finally on the flank. Has one. Needs 2 more. And they'll combine. Double swing on its way. And Davis picks up the frag.
That was a bit of an ambitious attempt at the knife early there, but, you know.
I like it.
Gotta give it. Yeah, exactly. I like that they're going for those types of plays. That means that the confidence of Simon Fraser is still very much there. 7-5, they aren't bothered by that at all. And, I mean, why should they be? 7-5 is not the end-all, be-all. It's a good half, just not a great half. Positioning for Simon Fraser in this round. We've got 2 players here at A, a couple players at B, and just the one C-sided hold. That is the beauty of the KJ on this map, is that you can really put a lot of pressure on them to play the C site.
So we're going to get the first look. On the front line, Spike in hand. Going to get the job done. Dizzy broken early. Team going to fade away. Cascade to take space for Simon Fraser. Can he get back into the angle? A bit of poke and prod as well over towards B. Nothing spotted just yet, though, for the offensive side of things. So at a bit of a standstill with a minute in the round.
And I like that Washington State aren't looking to commit this early. Like, they've just kind of held for the last 40 seconds or so. Poked and prodded, yes. Invested some of the limited utility that they have, sure. But ultimately, they haven't committed. And they haven't actually given away opportunities for, you know, Simon Fraser to find these frags back. They're going to do that. So now, though, with the commitment towards A, and it's 2 frags to go their way. Ree and Loafmain. This is ridiculous. This is a full eco round. This is classics and a couple of ghosts.
Davis able to get to the top rows to pick up one. looking to save the day from what could very much be a thrifty converted for WSU. Plant will go down for them now as well. Flank on its way. Loaf main looking to play spoiler. Going to find both. Turret saw, but it was too little too late. Last 2 picks converted. A 2-round lead for the Cougars.
What an awful round to lose for Simon Fraser. They are just in a rough spot off the back of that. Washington now a chance to not only convert a ridiculously strong round with just pistols in hand, but on top of that, they can build on this lead that they were able to find in the first half. They've now lengthened that back to 2, and they have the vast majority of the guns at hand for this round. There's just 1 ghost by the looks of it for Simon Fraser. They've fully given this up. Often you'd see like an additional force buy for the defensive team to try to fight back, but no.
Demetrius looking for a little bit of range practice. Going to pick up 2. Does give the Vandal away though. As the pistol round team continues to run him down. Finally going to convert that one, and they'll look to head now to see whatever extra econ damage they can do in this one. Washington State take the wide open A site.
Should be relatively simple, but with this recovered gun, maybe there's a possibility of success. And being in the hands of Lunar, who's been great when it comes to retake scenarios and late round moments.
Crouching up on the smoke now. Flash forward. Are you going to tuck the box? Paranoia back to the direction. Going to hit 2. Shutting down the efforts. Mosh Pit and Naisu to pick him up. 2 looks. Ikara's last player standing now. Doesn't have the Vandal in hand, and Loaf main won't let him have the classic either. It'll drop to the floor so they convert for a 3-round lead.
And suddenly Simon Fraser on the back foot. This is now a very important round. Washington State in the cusp of double digits. And Simon Fraser, on the other hand, walking away, though they won the pistol, with a 2-round disadvantage, and now turn to 3 on this half. I'm curious to their approach into this one. Washington State currently a little all over the place. Not sure where they're going to be posturing. Looks like a pretty default early stage to a round, though. And we'll see maybe aggression. Goodness. Oh, it certainly is.
Yeah, not even really physical aggression, just so much util that you're Washington State. You're not messing with Root at all. They won't be. They'll head all the way back now.
You just can't be interested there. You've given it up as well. Washington State have boxed themselves in a little bit. A late rotate would be more than likely problematic. And look at the call from the defense as well. They were doing themselves some good favors here by rotating not only 1, but 2 additional players to the C site.
Yeah, and they're able to get that second player there as well with how long that high tide stalls the Washington State team out for. They still got to work through all of this Killjoy utility. Thrash is going to come forward. Nothing seen on site. That is not going to find anything, but it does guarantee they can take the site, which they're choosing to do. Defensive utility still going to play them away, so don't plant down just yet. Have to full commit. They're too deep into it now. Continuing on their way. No picks for either side just yet. Cloudburst to give them a chance at the plan. Loafman going to pick up a look to CT. Should be enough to open the doors. Demetrius will find a second. Confirming 1 look towards Link. Has seen Itchy. Information on Davis as well, so won't push forward as Itchy finds 1. Traded back. Then again by the Jet. Slayer going to come out towards CT. Caught by Nick Duque, and that leaves just Davis. To Washington State take their sweet time in the round. They're now 1-4 on the post plan.
Simon Fraser in big trouble now with Davis alone. He needs to save this gun. There's really no reason to walk in here, I don't think. And unfortunately, that gun will fall by the wayside, as will Davis. Goodbye. Back to spawn for the next round. 4 rounds the advantage. It is Washington State. A blinding start to this, 4-1. Good comeback for Simon Fraser, but then the end of the half was all Washington once again. And you thought things were different in the second, where Simon Fraser picked up the pistol. No. It was just classics needed in the second. And now, Washington State, if things go to plan, they should have an 11th.
Yeah, this one should be a non-negotiable. Early util yet again from Simon Fraser. Slayer sees nothing, and take his teammate away from behind. That blast back unlucky, really.
Okay.
At 3K to be picked up. 2 HP to spare as Washington State parade back to the A site.
Yeah, they've got all the dress blues on here in this parade. It is brilliant to see. Simon Fraser on the rotation, but they're getting red just a little bit. What a from the shadows. I don't know that was a great use of it, considering it's 5v2.
Use of it.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. There's no real good use, so it's like whatever. But he literally went straight onto the player.
Great use of the flashpoint, though.
Indeed. And a flawless round. Around it, I think Simon Fraser, especially with now, what is that, 4 in a row that Washington State have picked up? Look at their money. They've got max money essentially on 4 players.
Yep.
You know, just rebuying utility and the such with the flawless, like that's incredible. Washington State, they're gonna have what would it be, 3 rounds of buys?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can really tell that whole story, right? Just looking at that second column, that death column, seeing the difference there. Simon Fraser, every round, players dying, right? You die, you don't think you're going the next round. You have to rebuy that utility. Washington State, so little death, they don't have to do so. So it's very easy to understand why their economy is what it is. You mentioned the flawlessness, definitely make the difference. Simon Fraser going to put everything into B here. Rocket first for Slayer, going to find Lookmane in the air. Icarus to pick up Demetrius, and that's very nice thus far for Simon Fraser. They know they need a change. You mentioned it's 4 rounds in a row for Washington State. The decision is, let's go hit them where it hurts. They've done just that. Can they close this round, though? Can they convert on the advantage?
Well, they haven't. I mean, you normally, if you make an aggressive play like that, you've given something big up. But no, they still have control of the site. Lunar is denying entries even further. Nice here, sure, but Ichi is at close range. Not going to be anticipated. Oh, and that's a fantastic dizzy. This is winnable now. 1v2.
This is a great triangulation play. Simon Fraser going to take Nick 2K into their geometry class. They've got the angle on both sides of the coin here. Flash will catch Nick 2K for a moment. Haven't really coordinated that double peek, though, so there is room for the Killjoy to work with. Nose, Sky's here thanks to the bird. Finds the first 1v1. Slight question marks for Slayer. Spike down, though. Yeah, they've recognized now. Will go the top of sight.
One chance to take that shot, but misses the opportunity. Goes to the blast back. Nick's committing.
Has the timing, has the spacing, and has the frag. Slayer moving quickly off the blast pack to get down towards slope. Gets them there just as Nick 2K's weapon is ready to fire. Gives them all the timing they need to make the play. Simon Fraser hold on to the round.
And just wiping the bead of sweat off of their brow, I'd assume. As I certainly am.
I think that really makes the point of what we were talking about before that round starts, right? Because they win that round. But think about it, right? They went down B. They converted off of 2 frags, no trades, and still it came down to a final 1v1.
Exactly. It's been really a struggle for SFU to close these rounds. And yeah, I mean, look, they've got guns, but they've got half shields on a couple players. They got a Judge. I mean, I'm a big Judge fan, but, you know, it's not ideal in all cases, even though it's the best gun in the game.
I'm big.
Goodbye.
Judge
See you later,
fan.
Slayer.
Not as big of a Judge Valorant fan.
You know, they both have their merits.
I think it's Judy Justice now, actually.
Oh yeah, on the Amazon thing, right?
It's something like that. Something silly. Dizzy's out, trying to get Silly onto the B site. Nothing to be seen, though. Nothing for the Rolling Thunder either, but it does give them enough room that they can plant. The worry is Simon Fraser 4-ult. Do they walk back into sight with confidence? Maybe not.
Has no confidence. Can't see a damn thing. Just painting the wall with bullet casings.
I mean, still gonna expend the ult in. Lockdown first. Rolling Thunder going to catch 3. They've got room. They need frags, though, to follow it up. Davis going to pick up 1 on Doree. They've got room to work with here. Cascade to send forward. Itchy the push, but caught by a Dizzy and caught by Nick 2K that are still sitting over towards the doorway. Nasu to find another. Lunar with it all to do does pick up 1. It's going to need 3 more. 4K to win this round. The top frag for Simon Fraser. Can they be the difference maker? All the guns trained on their position, and Lunar, no choice but to fall there. Match point for Washington State.
And what's the difference right there? It's the double Dizzy maneuver. Just finding 2 players fully blind. They had no clue what was going on. That goo all over their faces, and, well, 12-7. Washington State about to pull off what on paper looked like an upset, I think.
Sure. Yeah.
And so I'm very impressed. I love to see this, and especially when we're looking at the stat lines and looking at the previous series. We're like, oh, we really haven't seen this team for a while. Well, they clearly made improvements.
Yeah. Judge up close for Icarus. Going to find the spike. It's nice who's going to fall. It's an awkward spot to recover, but that wall might help. The Cascade, can they sneak it away? The Harvard looking to get that extra space. Loafbay gonna fight for it back though to pick up 2. Davis a trade. Awkward spot up close and personal. Nick 2K with the call out. Finds the wall bang. Finds Lunar. Itchy. Sheriff and a Bulldog and Demetrius just a little quicker on the trigger. 13-7, your final score line. The Cougars move forward.
Big congratulations to Washington State. They make the upset happen. And as we were talking about, right? I mean, they stepped into this game as underdogs, and then they just delivered time after time. It was a fantastic game to watch. And it was over that time, we just saw them consistently figure out what SFU were doing. Whenever there was a problem, a brewing, SFU, they were just one step behind, I think. And that was consistently where they were trying to make adjustments. I think back to that round where they sort of outplayed themselves with the fake, and that kind of was the game for me. It was like, oh, they've just thought a little bit too hard about this, and unfortunately, it came back to bite them in the butt.
Yeah, I think thinking a little bit too hard. I think just getting outshot. Unfortunately, it's a very confident end of game scoreboard for one side of the coin. The other side, just a lot of deaths, and the way to get deaths is to get kills on the other end of things. Just confident in the gunfights, right? And that makes it a little bit easier for the retakes, make you think a little bit harder offensively of how do we get more space? How do we get more early frags? These guys, if they're outplaying us, we need to do something different to make sure our advantage is pushed to such the extreme. And you mentioned where we see rounds where these guys are getting 2 picks early in the round. They're up 2 members, and still it's a final 1v1. So yeah, just a little bit tough. Good effort. Couldn't quite finish the job. We'll move forward now into the round of 16. UCI, UBC to follow us after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More last chance qualifier action when we return.
Doing this, if they start, recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me, though, like, the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional, because you're making a higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports, actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, after your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, And the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this. And that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players and their basketball players and football players are all playing gaming. And a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media. And it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it. No, we got this. We got it.
Go Knights, charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Come on.
Let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird.
Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows.
We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day 1 of the tournament, but instead we're going to have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds maybe, what was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm gonna start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went,
Welcome back, everybody, to the CECC Last Chance Qualifier, brought to you by ZipChair. We're encroaching upon the final 2 games of the night. I'm Catnator, that's Vincent. The West Time Zone continues on with who?
We got UC Irvine going up against the University of British Columbia. This is going to be a good one. Pretty interesting. We got the Canadians going up against the Californian team here. And you know what? I think this is pretty interesting for a couple of reasons. Number one, UC Irvine, player you and I have seen quite often, actually. Platinum. I'm sure you remember. One of the best Sovas I've ever saw in like the tier 2 space, tier 3 space. I enjoy watching this player a lot. I hope that they're playing today, because sometimes they're not playing, sometimes they are playing. I think I'm making an assumption. I think I saw something on Twitter about like something about some religious beliefs. I don't know what it's about, but point is, not always playing is what I've seen. Sure. So I hope that they're playing tonight. UBC, on the other hand, they've consistently been showing a very strong game. They beat the Highlanders, which is the UC Riverside squad. They've constantly been in like the top 15, top 20 conversation, but they have lost to other teams like Arizona State. And that's a team that UC Irvine has actually beat themselves. It's a bit of a weird situation here, and I can't wait to see what these guys have on display.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, look at UCI, a team that's been very dominant. When it came to this iteration of CVAL, unfortunately did not quite find the results I think we typically expect to see from them, which is going to give UBC just a slight edge going into this one. But just a 2-1 scoreline win for them in the round of 16. So nothing too crazy, but they did win 13-4, 13-2. So that was pretty successful. Once again, we'll get a little fun in the map pool. We'll get Fracture for this best of 1. I'm always interested to see a little bit more fun come through the maps, just because this is it, man. This one game decides if you continue on the road. So it's nice to see it be on something that's a little different, a little less vanilla.
So there's bad news for UBC. They do play Fracture. They also lose Fracture. Like, a majority of the time. At least they have. I mean, these are 2 good teams, though. And they've actually played on Fracture before. And UC Irvine came away with the win on Fracture. But their losses, you know, UCR, I mentioned, UC Riverside, they're really good. And so I think that this is kind of an interesting map to see. For UBC specifically. Like, it makes sense that UC Irvine would want to go back here. UBC, on the other hand, I'm kind of like, but why?
Yeah, how do we get here? Yeah, right.
Like, it's been a minute. It's been a minute since that map against them. That was back in February. So, it's, you know, it's been a full month plus since then.
All right, very interesting. Very interesting. Curry Sean also going to take the likes of the coaching spot, a player that was pretty prominent in the tier 2 space as well. So, a player who's been around the game long enough to definitely be able to do some work when it comes to attack timeouts.
We'll certainly have some good input there. I mean, I think you and I have probably cast a great shot as well, more than likely. With that said, I think that the long-term goals here on Fracture is kind of difficult. Fracture is such a difficult map to play, in my opinion, at the very least. It can be tough to get the full idea of what you're doing. With that said, I've been disappointed because we don't see Platinum, and that's not to say that I dislike Richie. That's not what it is.
You just like Platinum so much.
I just like Platinum, okay?
Yeah,
I just do. Yeah. So I again don't know exactly like what the in out. Maybe Platinum's still playing in the tier 2 space as well. I haven't checked, so it could be other commitments. Regardless. This is a little bit more difficult, I think, for UCI without him.
We'll see if they're up to the task without Platinum. So on their side, as they'll start very strong late towards the dish side of the map here, working into drop early on the A site. Calpie will throw down into the smoke a cage. Recognize if any player wants to hide around. Actually going to take all this forward space. First pressure onto Rafter. Nothing quite can be found. Whole team going to come to help as Hammer takes down 2. Continuing the onslaught. UCI going to push forward into the issue. Fifi going to send one back. Hammer going to step away out of door. Not 4 flow is able to find another. So Pearson will fall. Even numbers 3 and 3 as UC Irvine have walked into spawn. They might just take this one all the way over. Kyle finds one traded back.
It's 2v2, and I mean the HP very low for one of these UBC players, but I don't know that it'll matter. Wingman's gonna get the spike down on the site. What that does is, I mean, it's twofold. Number one, don't have to commit to the positioning here, but also haven't cleared out any of those angles.
Flow find the first and the second to go with it. Don't have to clear the angles, and well, fortunately, the retake team does.
Yeah, pretty darn good at that. 3 kills there in the pistol. UC Irvine, by the way, just double checked. Didn't need platinum last time, so I stand corrected. Just thought I'd throw that in there. UC Irvine winning out. That was that game a month ago that they played against UBC here on Fracture. Interesting to see no neon on Fracture, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I don't think I've seen a full game without neon on either team in a while.
Very prominent in Tier 2, because sometimes we just play so fast for no reason. I feel like in collegiate players a little scared to play it because it takes a ridiculous amount of confidence for the player on the neon.
It does, yeah. And you also have to just be the best movement player in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
this KO
cool.
is sitting in a smoke and has been here the whole round. A chance for something preposterous here. Do they look for it, though? I knew gonna step out now. Needed a 2-tap. Couldn't find it. Flow was shut down. What could have been quite a crafty play. A second look as well. Fifi will get 2 off the screen. They'll pick it up out towards Arcade, and Kyle will wrap it up. 3 HP, the difference.
Dude, Kyle is ridiculous. I'm so confident just standing inside the molly. Decided, yeah, I'm gonna kill this guy. Sorry, bud. Next time you give it a go. It'll be the easy rounds done and over with, or easy round. Now's the bonus. UBC, well, heading in with the better weaponry, but not by that much. This is actually a really solid round when it comes to the buys. They invested pretty heavily, and it's not even like they just rebuy. That's kind of crazy. UC Irvine have a great buy.
Yeah, good bonus coming into this one without a doubt. Actually, decent chance at winning this one. Thrash out early. It's going to clear all the space into hallway. Look to step forward into it. Can recover that ult as well, since it's so close to them. Unfortunately, going to get caught, though, by the Phantom. That one's not coming back. Calpine to trade back from drop. 3-on-3 still. As I don't see UCI leaving to go through CT spawn this go around. Instead, the long way, the long route on this one. Brimstone going to lead the charge over towards B site.
Oh, but look at this. Nobody's rotated fast enough there for British Columbia. They're in a bad spot. Not a great timing on this rotate either, though Hammer might actually figure it out. That fault line, though, so darn aware. UCI.
Yeah, very clever recognition. We have not cleared this just yet, just in case they do make the rotate in time. Still a chance for Hammer, and we'll find that one, so we'll convert a man advantage here for the team. It's Kyle walking into trouble. Caught by Noob. Gonna take that one away. Now just Richie. It all to do. 77 HP, a bulldog in hand. Sees the first just before that Sky Smoke can get down. Is able to find Hammer. Caught by the fault line now. Player gonna walk all the way around towards tunnel. This could be awkward. Doesn't matter. Yams will have it for that contact. Even gets there. British Columbia to convert on the retake.
But fortunate, I think, to come away with that round, but it all comes down to that timing for Hammer, right? Getting that kill, making sure then that UC Irvine just kind of have to take that space. Can't just wait. Can't just hold for the retake to come to them. They have to play proactively because they're at a man disadvantage. And it all comes down to that frag pushing through into Arcade and finding the easy victory. So, with that in hand, the buy is still here. UC Irvine, they're not out of this yet. They're not broke just yet either. IDK has a judge, though. That is part of the problem when you lose the majority of your players.
And player's going to be lost early into this one as well. Flo has the read as Pearson ducks into cover. Going to find him through the dish. That ain't no satellite TV.
Can we talk about how Flo just misspells the name?
Yeah, I hate that. Not gonna lie, and Yams does too. Gonna find him early. Dodging out of trouble. Calpie to take Noob. So even numbers yet again on the early trades for these teams.
Rolling Thunder available here for UCI if they want to use it, but where to use it specifically, and, well, they got to group up. Currently a bit split for the moment. 2 players in one direction, one the other. Oh, and great utility usage there. Fault line couldn't have been better.
Flies off the ropes to pick that one up. Hemmer going to take down Fifi, though, as they get out towards tower. Angle for Kyle. No peek off of it, though. That player is going to choose to go Canteen instead. 2-on-2. These rounds coming incredibly close every time around. Continuing to do the same.
Interesting not to see the orbital strike there to deny the planter. Instead, it's going to be double aggression. I love this play from UC Irvine. This is great. They're never going to be expecting this. Not in a million years.
All the room in the world here. Stimby can drop, but it's Cowpie to play spoiler. I'll get to use it on the other direction. Yams. What can they convert here? 1-on-2. Both players have gone different directions. Cowpie early contact. Kyle just going to hold. Teammate getting pushed. Cowpie will fall, but no time left in a trade from Kyle. 2 rounds to lead for UCI.
That is so brilliant. I love what we saw right there. Just making the decision to play together there is something that so many teams struggle with. And it's just, let's get aggressive, but let's do it together. That way we're gaining information, gathering space, but we're also not just throwing the round by playing 1v1s. It's simple but elegant. And that's the way UCI approaching the solution. 3-1 the score, and it's back to pistols there for UBC. They're nowhere close to a bye. Can't even be bothered to get anything but a couple of shorties out.
Nice from Pearson. Doesn't get his prize, though. Doesn't have time. Was able to find the look, but can't get down far enough to be able to convert the Vandal pickup.
And that's frustrating because, you know, that's the whole point of the shorty. Is you get a kill, and then you get an upgrade. Well, no upgrade to be had, but there's more of these close-range angles to work with, too. So maybe it's not the worst case.
Well, there's 2 sides of the coin, though, as well, because UCI knows a Vandal down here now. No, UBC knows that, and can't really rotate off of this now. They have to puppy guard that angle. They know that, so they're still going to be here on the A site. Gave UBC a chance to have a good rotation here. Didn't play off of it, so they're still going to be caught out in this one and probably won't find the round, but it does make for interesting mid-round play as Cowpie going to find that one, finally shutting down the shorty player, getting them to site plants down. Should be a pretty easy wrap on the post.
Yeah, and this is turning out to be just about that easy. IDK will be the last of all, but it's a 4th round, and not flawless, but close to it, and that's all that's really necessary. I liked how slow UCI were once they found out that the shorty was there, and how careful they were about dealing with it. They didn't want to walk into that. They were stalwart in the refusal to continue to push forward. But that last round, easy mode compared to what this round has on offer. 5 ultimates. That is a lot to deal with if you are UCI, and UBC has it on lock. Op 2 in the hands of Pearson. Where will that go? Currently over towards A for the time being.
So much in the arsenal for British Columbia. A team that needs to win a round sometime soon. Not the worst thing. See some expenditure. They're going to play pretty far up to Arcade. Flashpoint first. Kyle tucked to the corner. Get taken down by the likes of I don't know. Neural theft out. Information garnered. Second ping on its way, and see what they do off this information off that early contact.
What if that ever gets awkward? You know? I don't know. Just caught saying I don't know instead. Rolling Thunder. Gonna be pumped out. Maybe not the full investment that really they would have hoped for, because it didn't catch anybody.
Second look picked up. The player unsure of things. So Richie will step forward in the generator, into the angle. It's fine to I knew. Yams will have value, and I don't know continues to scramble the brains of UCI. They'll convert for the 2nd round win. Just 2 away now.
I'm really interested about how that Rolling Thunder was planned out, because it went towards site, but they already had like a lot of control there did UCI, so it felt like it was a bit unnecessary. Regardless, the planning for UBC was great. I mean, they didn't need to use the ultimates. They were just set up in a good position to take advantage. And now, well, now they can go for some planning. Though it looks like we're going to see much of the same. Though aggression maybe going to call out. Yeah, a little bit of that from the KO towards the B site.
Nothing off the Dizzy early. Space taken for UCI. Reclaim that utility now as well. Bit slower here due to that suppression, but now the step forward. Kalpai going to be here on the lurk as well. There's zero contact. All of UBC playing the retake, and they got the ults to do so. Just got to use them wisely.
Well, that's the question. How to use them wisely, and how are we going to see UC Irvine actually take advantage of the knowledge that they have at their disposal? They're playing themselves very far off this site. They know that this utility is ready to go, and we're going to see the null command, the first to be called in.
Nice.
The flow has the frag.
Has the frag, is avoided the refrag as well. Kalpai has room to work with. They haven't fully covered the angle. We'll step out into one now. Trades back though. Advantage for the retake team. Kalpai a second. Confident there. Pearson once again going to find a trade. 2 and 2. I don't know. Creeping down the stairs, holding onto this space, trying to let that teammate defuse. But Molly, as you mentioned, has shut that down short-sighted. Fifi will fall, but is it too little, too late? The Molly's still cooking. Has cooked down Pearson and has cooked up a round win for UCI.
And UCI, I mean, I called it right at the outset when they were falling all the way back. I said, they got a plan. They know how much utility is on the line here and how big of an impact something like the null command can have. And so they played back. They made sure that the orbital strike could come through. And then the Molly gets pulled out, dies for it. But who cares? The round is theirs. 5-2. And the attack, a fracture. That feels very good if you are UC Irvine. And Flo leading the charge, 9 and 4. It's going to be a A-sided approach. And very much just an A-sided approach. 3 towards the longer corridor and 2 towards A main.
See, I haven't been afraid to play that satellite position this time around. Not going to fully poke into it. Pearson has good spacing, has 1. Going to get traded back, though. Shouldn't really cause for defensive movement. Hasn't quite.
Oh, but, you know, that's not a trade that's very good for UBC. You need to get the 1 and get away there if you're going to be there and be Pearson.
Sure.
Because now you just spread the defense even thinner.
Going to give the space here over towards A. Still have retake ultimates. 3rd round in a row they've had these ultimates. In fact, in the 3 rounds they've been holding on to these last 2 ults, the neural theft has been expended and is back online for UBC.
That's a really good way of just looking at how much of an impact holding on to ultimates can have. Finally, there's the orbital strike, but there's no one on the site.
Kalpai going to find one from under Rafter, traded by Hemmer quickly. Richie going to be involved now, getting all the way around to this new angle. He's picked up the look. I don't know. On the ground at a drop. Caught, though, by Richie. Everyone going to fall. UCI, orbital or not, convert the round. A 4-round differential now.
And again, that's just great awareness from UC Irvine to realize, hey, look, they've got an orbital strike. If they're going to use it to get the bomb planter, then fine. But instead, because it wasn't used early into the round when the spike was getting planted, they realized, well, if we just aren't on the site, then it has no effectiveness. So that's the planning that I want to continue to see and that we have been seeing from UC Irvine that, I mean, UBC just haven't given us quite yet.
UCI will open the round with a Thrash, looking to send their way into the site. This time it'll be expended all the way through the site. No easy recovery, but as long as they take it, they should be able to pick it back up.
This is easy.
Yeah, certainly. Walk right in. They've killed the wingman, so Spike's in an awkward space right now in the spacer between the players on site and those still in hallway. Richie going to find the first out towards drop. Yet again having value, a big 3K into the last round, shutting down what could have been a chance for the retake on the orbital strike. As Kyle going to find 1. And everything coming to Rafter. Hammer and Yams with Sheriffs have just found themselves weaponry if they can play their cards right here. Kalpai still under Rafter and Richie. Another 3K looking for a 4th and will convert it. Has just 1 kill better of a round into this one and yet again wins it for UCI.
And this time, it's a big bailout for Richie. That was almost very bad. UCI, they were rendezvousing together, trying to group up just a little bit. And, well, it would have been bad news if they hadn't have been able to confirm those couple of kills. This time, they get there. And here's the timeout. Maybe a little late into the half. But it's absolutely well worthwhile to take at this given juncture, as they've lacked a little bit of the planning, I think. You need to be able to create and execute, even if you're on the defensive side, you know, and execute can work the way on a retake as well. You need to be able to find that on Fracture and use those ults effectively to get the sights back, because, man, retaking's hard. There's just so many angles to clear.
I don't see what this team wants to do here. I think it might be time just to make the full adjustment, Vincent, and instead of play for these retakes, step in to solid space and really contest against this team, because technically speaking, they don't have a ton of very strong forward aggressive utility. They don't have that neon, as you mentioned. They don't have to leave these angles. They just have to win the gunfights, and clearly they're not going to win them in the retake. They're not going to expend the util properly into the retake, so you have to change up the strategy. We'll see if they do so.
Yeah, I mean, they have flashpoints and flash drives. Like, those are great utility pieces to get a forward position. I didn't use any of them, and they still got the kill. Yeah, 4 players in the same spot. Maybe a bit overkill, but, you know, it works darn well. But they're going back for more.
Pile up close and personal. This time the flash drive's out, and this time Pearson will find another look. I don't know, gonna get involved as well as British Columbia storm the stairs. Yams will find another Kyle to fall. It's just Cowpie with it all to do. The side of UCI.
Yeah, there's a long way to go. Oh, and there is a great tripwire right here.
No, you can't get under it, big dog. You're a little too tall.
Yeah, just
the short king moment if you want to get under that one.
Oh man, on the 0 points gonna
catch
him.
Well, let's him break the tripwire at least. I know he's there anyway. This will be all about econ damage, enough to rebuy regardless. Can't find much. Hemmer will finish it off. UBC out the timeout, play a lot quicker of a round. It ends up in a flawless fashion win.
So they make an adjustment. Now it's time for UCI to try and adjust on their own, and here's what they've done. Curry shot. We talked about at the outset that this guy is incredibly smart when it comes to the game of Valorant. Has lots of experience in the tier 2 space, and won some tournaments as well. And so getting an opportunity to have some input, saying, hey, look, I saw what was going on. Here's how you can adjust. And so that's what I'm going to be looking out for in this next round. Yeah, it's almost the end of the half. We're just 2 rounds away from it. But that's the difference between like 7-5 and 9-3.
Mm-hmm. Excited to see what the core gaming coach brings to this roster. I don't know if this is as much of a let's make an adjustment timeout as it is a they just finally won a round. Let's not let them break away any momentum.
That's also a valid strategy too. I think that there's, you see it in traditional sports where there's teams that will just say, hey, they're winning a lot. Let's just take the time out in order to stop that momentum. I think there's a lot of validity to that in esports that we don't see being used very often.
Yeah, I mean, icing the kicker, right? Making sure that a team, they get a win, now they have to go stewing it for a minute, can't get off to the races, and we'll see if that's enough to break down yet again as UCI will come to Satellite. It'll be this early fight. We've seen it a couple of times, usually ends up in a couple trades. This time flows unanswered. Fault line gets off first time on those trades. Flashpoint for UBC will not dare push any further. They've got him in a blender though. Orbital strikeout. Can they continue on their way? It's found value to 1. A second look down for Hemmer. A third picked up by Noob, and they've got everything there. All 4 players coincide on the same position, and UCI end up down 2 players.
Yeah, just consolidating into the same angles, the same areas. UCI just devastated. 2 on 4. And spike down as well. I mean, good time for an Neural Theft, to be fair. But it's not going to be perfect, and it's certainly not going to be effective. Walking out of this area into those 4 players would have to be so terrifying. Look at this. You're just walking into pain and suffering at that point.
I don't know. It will cause Kyle a bit of suffrage when it comes to
30 seconds left.
anything outside of arcade. Looked for some tokens, some tickets. Couldn't afford much other than a lollipop and a trip to the spectator screen. So nothing more for them out of this round, and nothing more for UCI. Turn the round count just yet. We'll have a chance to play for one more for the halftime extended timer. The switch up of the sides. Cowpie, okay, gonna find one look. Players are stacked up. If they keep giving looks, it's possible. A second. Not a third, though. He will shut it down.
So, a lot more damage done into that round than I think UBC would have preferred. Looking at their money, though, it's not really a problem. And that's probably why they went for those kills. Because it would have been more problematic for UC Irvine to lose out than UBC. And you can see, I mean, they weren't going to have great money no matter, but they've not got it here. You're looking at a Sheriff in the hands of Kyle. Got a Stinger for Flo. And, I mean, that's not what you want on the top fragger of your team, for sure.
Early trip. Placed low enough that Richie no choice but to break. Now UCI get a chance to play forward or stop, and well, they choose to play into the jaws of I don't know. A second look.
Oh.
As UCI confuddled, trying to find their way out of this one. They continue on their way, but they are down much less players than they started with, trying to take this site. The breach has gotten there, going to get a plant down. Orbital and a Rolling Thunder to try to turn the tides.
Yeah, this is maybe winnable with that in the cards. Oh, that's interesting. Gonna commit both very early.
Yeah, I don't like the second look.
Yeah, not at all.
Especially since everyone's off site.
Precisely. That orbital strike just should have been held onto. Blade Storm is out, and they've just hemorrhaged flags left and right. Nothing there. Hammer will close it. 4 turns to 5, with 4 surviving for UBC. A fantastic recovery to the opening half.
Yeah, absolutely so. Was looking like a UCI trip to what is a very confident second half. UBC to turn things around. So clearly the timeout worked favors, played a lot quicker, played with a lot more confidence. This allowed them just a 2-round differential, pistol, and a hold on to the anti-eco would put them at even score lines.
That it would. So UBC on the cusp, and reminding everybody, if you're just tuning in, UC Irvine, UBC, they played this map just about a month ago. UC Irvine taking the dub, but it was close. It was not easy by any means. It was 13-10. So this shaping up to be equally close here today. Pistol round setup. What is this? Just 4 players towards A. That's ambitious, particularly when the attack's going to be. Early rotate though. They'll have spotted no one over towards Dish, and they'll continue to have 2 players push. I am looking at UC Irvine, and I'm like, this is really sort of risky, but this is actually really fun to see.
I don't know. Burrowing, protecting it as well. Able to take down Richie, hold spawn hostage, and nothing picked up for UCI there. So I guess the risk factor is slightly elevated when they lose the engagement.
Yeah, I mean, but you do have to go for those risks.
For sure.
No risk, no reward.
Very true.
Regroup happening here towards the A-main position here in Halls. But there's players here, Cowpie ready to go.
Oh, timing. Steps into the camera, steps out of the round as everyone falls in towards hallway. UCI 1 player standing. It's just Kyle. He'll be more than known about. A 1-on-4. Walk out this smoke. Try your hand. The strength test, a carnival game for Kyle. The last man standing for UCI. Now out into the fray. And now out of the round. Hammer to finish the job. British Columbia 1 round away from a tied scoreline.
Yeah, UBC right there. They're back and better than ever. And their patience paying off beautifully into that round. UC Irvine, I mentioned, like, good ideas and really interesting thought process to get those 2 players aggressive. They stacked 4A early. Get 2 players into Dish. Those guys continue to push and gather map control, whilst the other 2 rotate back to B for a faster B hit. Well, that's great until you walk into a player just chilling in spawn, waiting for you for the last 40 seconds. And that's what UC Irvine were dealing with.
Fault line going to stall this team as UCI looking to come on the offensive. Stalled by the fragment. There's lots of players now at home when it comes to the spawn. Firing squad activated. Richie somehow walks away with a frag. Can hold this space. Will have his breach at his disposal. Close range classic. 46 HP and gone to the fray. Good flash though for Fifi to find one back. Still going to be noob and spawn, and next fight has gone just about how you would have expected it to. British Columbia win that round. They get spike planted as well. Extra ult orb, extra money.
I think that UC Irvine probably did about as much as you could expect them to.
For sure.
With classics only. You know, 2 kills. A lot of times you won't get anything there. And so, for that reason, I'll give them the credit. They deserve it. I don't know why I get to decide who gets credit or not, but
You are the only one who gets to decide.
Yeah, I'm glad we're on the same page.
I heard you actually chose seeding, so if anyone had a seeding...
Oh, no.
I'm kidding.
Honestly, seeding is really great for this tournament, though. Really.
Agreed.
It's been quite good. A lot of times that is an issue for collegiate tournaments, and I'll be the first to say that. But impressed. CECC doing a great job. What? Fifi?
Yeah, unfortunately, there is a trip there, but it's a little bit deeper than Fifi anticipated. So Pearson gets to peek that one, gets to find the frag, and I don't know, gets to walk into the tunnel and find 2. UBC.
You know what I know?
Doing it all.
I know that UBC should have won this round. This should
Without
be
a doubt.
Guardian only. And as beautiful as this Guardian is, it's a Guardian, and okay, all right. Calpie, about to make me eat some words, I have a feeling. Given a valiant effort already.
Second look converted. And UBC batting down the hatches here in this one. 3 players all trained on the cross. Calpie can't get an early peek here into this one. I don't know. We'll find their 3rd kill. UBC now will lead for the first time this map.
Oh, man. UBC, what a great little comeback this has been. And that's the gun round that UCI needed. Converted by British Columbia. And there's nothing that they can do about it. Back on Eco this time. Though they have far better weaponry. There's been some armor on a few players, but sheriffs for everybody. And so that should suggest a little bit more of a plausible round, maybe even a victory on the cards if things go incredibly well. Of course, those are massive ifs, but there is still a very wide spread here. UCI getting further aggression. They just don't know when to stop.
Oh my, Flo and Co are caught with the flash. Advantage to stay alive though. Calpie gonna swing out of Cubby to find Noob. Calling the fault line now, but has gotten away, and Fifi will get involved instead. Going to find Pearson, a little bait and switch. Yams will find a second look. Still with rifles, still the advantage. This one is UBC. So they've got it to 2 and 2 in the player count. We're thinking, pondering the ult, and they've actually expended it. And it's caught Fifi. They've gotten the likes of the value. And they'll swing out into Kyle, who's raised them down. UCI hold on by a bare thread.
All of the aggression up until this point in the half for UC Irvine has come to destroy them. They've gotten wrecked in that aggression. This time it works out, though. This time they're able to get the frags, to hit the shots with these sheriffs, and Kyle with a massive clutch in that endeavor as well. Just climbing back in when it was most needed for UCI. It's a tied game. Remember, last time these two teams met here, it was close, and it's continuing to show that that will be the case again. But this is just the best of one.
A lot of early contact all over the map right now. Yam's going to be caught by Flo. So use that util to push for the extra space. No one can trade for UBC. UCI going to push for Satellite as well. Lots of damage. Jet activated the dash window just in time, so it does stay alive. Going to come to the arcade side of the map. Spike will work towards hallway instead.
I like this approach, though. UBC, very split, but this is actually going to maybe give an opportunity. Yeah, look, Kyle not looking at all the right way. And Calpine needs these 2 frags, but doesn't get anything out of that swing.
Still Cage to work with, can get out of this position. One of the gunfight instead, and unfortunately comes up short. Hemmer has that one. Plant is going to go down. 2 players towards the site. 1 on the flank and spawn, and I don't know is going to find 2 yet again. Getting impact in just the goofiest spots. That's Flo going to be hallway. Deep shot hits it with the Phantom. All the util in the kit right now. Neural Theft confirming info they already had. So no real worries there. As a free ticket to site, what do UBC do here on the post?
Oh, but UBC are in good spots. The Thrash is actually not in...
Okay,
that's
fine,
ridiculous.
it's fine.
No, they've got to push forward. I think he wins this. Oh my goodness, no. IDK with a great shot. Jumping down still hits the heady. That's such a hard shot to hit. And sometimes you just get unlucky because you're inaccurate. Like, I think falling in accuracy, one of the worst situations, right?
That or rope accuracy. But rope accuracy almost looks too accurate at times. So
Yeah. It can be weird. But point is, he was falling. And it should never work that way. But he got away with it. 9-8. A massive round victory. You see Irvine. You can see already feeling the pressure. Blades are out. And they're aggressing again. They just keep going forward. And I like this on the one hand. Like, there's part of me that loves what I'm seeing, right? And then there's the other part of me that's like, this hasn't worked, like, for the majority of the half. And it's been like a good idea, but just ultimately failed. And I just don't know where to be, like what side I should be on.
I think there are significant differences in running for all that extra space when you don't really have anything else into the round. So even if they do all fall, all they really lose is that Blazer expenditure and a couple pistols. Whereas on these rifle rounds where they have the chance to really hold the strong util, they choose to run it down. It's like a bit of a question mark.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yams early. Yeah. Whoa! Almost got the second too. Was able to dodge that flashpoint. Fault line is going to get dodged and kill converted. So UCI early aggression went towards A, found nothing, and this should be an easy cleanup on the post. Pearson going to find 2. Just Calpie left standing. Sheriff in tow, and gone away as well. Jet will finish that one off.
Yeah, that's a really good point you made there, though, about it needing to be a little bit more reasonable when you're working with the rifles, which is what we're going to be seeing from UCI this round.
Yeah, hopefully.
And here's another timeout. Good timing, I think, on this one. Fantastic work to call this in. Rethink what's been going on. Because as I was saying, there's definitely some aspects of that aggression that's good. But it's just been a little bit overzealous, and it's been countered out fantastically well. And the consistency at which it's been countered at that has been there for UBC.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, especially like we talk about, do you push on rifle round? You push eco round? You don't push both, at least. So eventually, you do the same thing over and over. Opponent finally gets wind and counteracts it. And I think that is what this timeout series for. Like, guys, we're playing too far forward, and we're playing too often too far forward. So we can't catch this team out if they know we're going to push. Like, if they are consistently able to hold members and spawn, and like we saw in last round, they play all 5 players hallway together. They're not even working both sides of the map because they're just looking to fight us in contact and win with numbers.
Indeed. Walking into this round, operator in the hands of Richie. We haven't gotten to see too much operator work in general, to be honest. So this could be a good, interesting timing to pull that out. On the other side of things, when you look at the ultimate, you have 3 apiece. I'd say the better of those probably in the hands of UCI. But you could argue both ways. The Snow Command could be massive as well.
Yet again, it's UBC stacked up, full strength, looking for this offensive pressure. UCI going to play a lot slower this time around. The leash has been put on by Curry Shot. Doesn't want this team disrupting too early in the round. Have allowed Richie to step forward, but no additional space other than just the staircase, and even pop the dash window to be able to get out at the contact had been there. The first 30 seconds of the round, no trades, and that has not been the case for every other round of this game. The slowest round we've seen thus far. Now the execute to come through with 40 off the clock.
The no command. That is the time to shine. Noob leading the way with the entry frag as well, putting Richie down. That was the operator, now gone. So Hammer has the plant. The retake is possible though, and this is great retake utility. Thrash will be the first one. 6 seconds and easily taken out.
Cowpie going to find Pearson. Orbital strike to try to clear the space off towards tower. Has pushed players into arcade, but can somebody get there for it? Rolling Thunder could have been a wombo combo, but it goes down towards side instead. An area that's been cleared. UCI can't quite get the advantage with the ultimates. I don't know. A Noob going to find 2. Traded back by Cowpie now to make their way towards site. Finally claimed for UC, but it's all the work now to be done towards tower as they play back in that direction. Cowpie can't do it on the first frag. Now Flo's got to do it with no HP to work with. Just 22. First fight lost. It's 11-8 for UBC.
UBC, they've solidified. They've just allowed a single round for UCI into the second half thus far. That is incredible. 6 out of 7 going their way. 11 on the board. And a massive amount of investment. The Rolling Thunder, the Orbital Strike, Thrash, all invested last round. And that's still a loss? That's brutal. You can't be losing that and still not picking up the round. Talk about bad value. What's the opposite of Walmart? That's what it was for UCI last round.
Target?
Is Target bad value?
Oh, no, never mind. Pearson going to pick up 2. That's a good value to start the round. Noob going to have a trade back to the direction. So, well, went to the timeout, said, guys, we got to pull back. We're playing too aggressive. It's not working. They lose out the timeout and said, screw it. They're not going to expect us to play early after we just had a timeout where we didn't play quick. Played quick, and who expected it? UBC didn't get caught off guard at all. Same story, same song.
An exact same result. The dance was the same. Unfortunately, UCI, they were dancing to a different beat.
Yeah, they didn't even change the chorus.
No, it was all the same.
No new verses. No features.
This is a great recovery type of situation, though. Was it just 2 players remaining? Actually, it was 3 on 5, but still, now 2 players remaining. And UCI, the possibility of a clutch here. Oh, that's big. They know what's going on now. Both these players towards B can walk in. If they can get the spike down, the orbital strike could be massive. And Himmer with a big shot. That's Fifi gone.
So blind. Cowboy has to back away here. That's going to lead to the 1v2 back. Orbital to try to guarantee this round, and is actually given a shot away to Cowpie. So 1-on-1, faking the plant, looking for the peak, not going to get it. Going to convert the Sky Smoke now, and finally that plant's going to come through. Cowpie going to take all this space thanks to the Vision Denial. Has the room to work with here. It's a deep play for the UBC. Post-planter. Going to step down into the jaws of Cowpie, who's able to convert a round win. Now 2 the difference as UCI finally find a victory.
But did UCI find that, or did UBC give it away? I mean, credit to Cowpie, hit the shot. You know, that's not what I'm trying to say. But what I do think is critical to note is that orbital strike, that was not it from Himmer. I'm just saying. It was not ideal. And then the swing as well, just kind of going for the swing through the orbital strike. I just don't know what the plan was. Would have made more sense when they already had the spike on the site, just for Himmer to hold for the push, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, that just seems logical to me. Maybe I'm missing something, but regardless, I think a big mistake in that one. Though UBC have time to correct.
Yeah, without a doubt. Still the lead, still 2 rounds on their side. UCI going to catch a break in that one. See if they can hold on now. They'll send their way towards the A site. 2 trips going to be here. Gives Cowpie room to work through these smokes if players aren't aware enough, but they've been thus far, haven't triggered any of them. Going to trigger the one on site, but no one there to capitalize for the defensive end. Cowpie getting caught the very top of site, just 9 HP as he gets out the angle.
Still, with a 5-on-5 retake and positions very bedded in for UBC, this seems victory would be on the cards, but no. Kyle does pick up at least the 1 frag. Oh, Noob, great shots. Richie has nothing to offer. They don't even have to peek him for rightness now. Just have a flash ready to go. And Noob with another. That's IDK for the final in 12 rounds here for UBC.
The timing on those peaks out of Cubby But the self flash has to be so precise. Back a couple months ago, those initiator self flash got nerfed to the ground. It's fractions of a second. You're able to actually find a peak for it. The timing has to be phenomenal, and it was there for New. It was able to get their opponent full blind and makes all the difference. UCI now working from the ground. Absolutely nothing at their disposal. Kopai's been able to find a Phantom, but no one else with anything in the pocket.
Nothing whatsoever. This is brutal for UC Irvine. Absolutely brutal. Of course, they still have a chance. A little delay. I love that delay there for Pearson. So aware of what's going on. No command popped and the positions gained. Letty K will even have a frag before they can get out of the site.
Time for the post plant. The biggest retake of UCI's current season. Chance for the bid into Arlington. You have to win out this round. It's all that matters right now. Go can start the defuse. It'll be... Oh, what is so difficult. That aftershock going to come from the tunnel. Stalls for time. Pearson now going to step into the angle. Picks up one. Molly going to stall. I don't know if they can get onto this if they wanted to. Suppression going to come through. No choice but to push down the staircase. Flow getting melted right now. Going to pick up one. Traded back by Noob. Chance to defuse. That's the last defuser just went away. Kyle has to hold it. I don't know. We'll find the last two frags. British Columbia convert against UCI. They win by 4 rounds, and they'll face Oklahoma Christian in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and whilst that's, you know, a really rough game to walk into, currently I think number 3 power ranked, if I'm not mistaken, for Oklahoma Christian. They might have got bumped down a little bit, but top 10, no doubt. UBC with a fantastic victory. The fact that, you know, the storyline was UC Irvine, they were able to fight a win on Fracture just about a month ago. Then they come back into this one, and nothing was working on their defensive side. Like, they looked lost on, and some of those pushes, it's like that's going to catch off teams that are not used to getting aggressed upon.
Right.
But clearly UBC had a game plan for that, and you have to be able to recognize that that game plan wasn't working, and that, well, you have to adjust, and
Right.
UC Irvine never did.
Yeah, never did, and unfortunately that will cause them to not advance forward into this bracket. We've already seen 4 teams make day 2 on the East Coast. Now for the West Coast, we're down to just 8 trying to push forward the quarterfinals when we return. Don't go anywhere.
Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down. What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun. You know?
No, bro, I feel it. I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they're up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilence. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
week number 7 of the ECAC highlights is finally here. And this is, I know you guys are about to be like, whoa, why does he say every week is a banger? But this one is so real. There are some really impressive plays, some kind of like 1 in a million moments that I have never seen before that I'm really eager to show you guys and share with you. So let's jump right into it. Oh, also, I guess I'm Septilence. You probably know that by now, but it's always nice to introduce myself. All right, let's get to the clips. Now, clip number 8 to kick things off might not be flashy, but by golly, is it impressive. CSUMB guaranteeing themselves their 4th and final win to 4-0, the powerhouse team known as UNCG Gold.
From Greensboro, final seconds ticking away. Here comes Garrett's. They're trying maybe to walk away with one more missed contact.
Brutal.
Oh my goodness, insult to injury at this point in time. As the all zeros are on the clock, he gets another one, and Monterey Bay do it again. They pull off the sweep over Greensboro.
Clip number 7 of this week might be the fastest 0 to 100 clip we've seen in quite a while. Ashton, from the side of SVSU, just barely clutches out a victory for his team to start things off a little bit better on Icebox.
Weapons utility, here's the flank from the Viper, and only good for 1, but has distracted enough.
The timing is there for Ashton, and he salvages the round, reclaims control for SVSU.
The Joker versus Game & Watch matchup is definitely a weird one, but Pato from Iona University certainly does not crack under the pressure.
Nice. Ooh, almost gets the berry from that. That could have been a kill. Alright, so so funny enough. Oh, what a chase! Oh my god, that was deep.
Fisher versus Ball State Black, 2 very strong teams in the world of collegiate Overwatch, and we even get to see Ninja Curly Fry and Depresso on that Sojourn. They both pop their overclock, and unfortunately, one of them finds a little bit more success than the other.
The beat is going to keep them safe as they are knocked back towards their team. Depresso, though, coming up clean with headshot after headshot. And as Ninja Curly pops their overclock, guess what? Nikon answers with a beat in kind, and now Depresso using their overclock. Unbelievable, too! They're looking for the 3rd one, but Neb's going to take it from them, and it's going to be Me98 once again on the payload. It's a tale as old as time, though.
For our 4th place slot, our technical honorable mention, it's going to be Neon from the side of Stevenson playing, well, Neon. They have that overdrive already online, that ultimate prepared, and even without using it, they already farm half of another one.
Really sorry, Oath. You're not going to enjoy what happens next. Yeah, that's a 3K. Neon looking for a 4th and is able to catch it. A flawless on the save.
Now this clip is one for the ages. The game just starting off, CSUMB loses ball control and the casters, they love the new name change before they can even focus on the game itself. Somebody's already put that ball in goal. It's truly a blink and you miss it moment.
Is making a joke, right? Making a joke on our expense based on what we think of him.
Goodness,
Oh, Calflick! Wow. Okay. Calflick, everything in a bag of chips on this one. 71 miles an hour is breaking almost every speed limit in the United States of America, right?
But yeah, that was just...
In our second medal spot of the week, it's going to be a huge play from Ball State's Roadhog player Spencer. Gets caught in the ship above second point Gibraltar, but the other team will very quickly learn he was not trapped in there with them. They were trapped in there with him.
To the next checkpoint, and Spencer narrowly managing to stay alive, gets a hook on Diva, and the whole hog is going out. Spencer getting a kill on him, double kill, triple kill on a Trader's mech, and Trader's as well, triple kill with the face mist.
And in our number 1 highlight spot of the week is a play absolutely incredible from RPI. If you've ever heard me personally cast Valorant, I always talk about the importance of trigger discipline. I could not think of a better example than this.
Backside's there. The Crosshair was waiting, but Spec wins out the duel against Moses. It's just Mandigo. Nobody spotted him. A chance for 3. Denies the spike. Headshot on the next. It's a 1v1 here. Onus on the Sky to make the play. There's the Seeker to distract. Spec swings out, but it's a 4K for the KO.
And now, I must shed a tear, because Week 7 is over. It comes and goes so quickly, but at least we've got some more weeks to look forward to. And the entirety of the spring is just around the corner. So, you know, we're done, but we're not fully done. You know what I mean? It's always a pleasure to be here, folks. Still, Septilins, please follow ECAC on all of their main channels because it is always, you never know what's coming next over there. Thank you so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other. And I'll see you next week.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CECC Last Chance Qualifier. It is our last game of the day, quarterfinals for the West Time Zone. We got 2 more teams trying to book their ticket into day number 2. I'm Catnator. That's Vincent. Let's close this thing out.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some good games today. We got another upset potential type of match. Oregon State going up against UH Premier. And listen, I did introduce UH Premier as a team that hasn't quite had the successes as of late that we have typically attributed to them. I mean, they spent the majority of last semester as, I mean, the number 2 or number 3 team, kind of trading places with Fisher in that spot. So to see them kind of knocked down a peg this semester has been disappointing, but they're still very good. And that's something we don't need to lose sight of.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's look forward into this series. Let's see what map we'll be taking it to for our final best of 1 when we get to semis. So day 2 and day 3, everything will be best of 3s, but this will be the last best of 1 you'll see here on this broadcast. It's Haven selected for this matchup, and both these teams, Vincent, have seen Haven today. UH Premier able to win their game on Haven. SGSU were taken down by Oregon State on Haven as well. That was their last round matchup and a pretty successful game for them, so no surprise to see both these teams want to come back.
Yeah, and Haven, for UH at least, has been just the bread and butter of this team for a long time. Basically the entire time they've been together. I've watched them for now 3 semesters, and they're always very good at this map. What I think is worrying for Oregon, and something that they're going to have to take a look at, is they've got to make sure to handle offensive or defensive aggression well. That's something that UH Premier does a lot of. So considering the fact that that Haven does show out a lot of that, well, it might be a tough thing to deal with. One thing, though, that isn't going to be tough is the first half, if that is UH Premier on the attack side, and it looks like it is. This is, I mean, they're good at the attack, but it's their defense that really shines.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to things, I'm looking to Relevant to have a very good game yet again. Last Haven game, 30 kills drop. Well, 29. But it sounds better if I say 30. So
yeah,
I'm just gonna
30.
I'm just gonna say 30.
We're rounding up. It's
we'll
kind
let
of like,
the 9 assists combined to be an extra frag.
It's like $3.99. You know, that's $4.
Yeah, that's everyone knows. That's pretty
29.
much.
That's 30.
Much
That's 30 frags. Yeah.
Yeah. So a phenomenal game for them. When it came to OSU on the map, everything's been a lot more team centric. 20 kills for Neon, 20 kills for Waltz, 16 for Rio, 15 for Dragonfly. Everybody kind of having their impact regardless of the role. So interested to see what kind of work Revlet can do against a squad that we know is going to fire on all cylinders all the way across the coin. And you mentioned map histories for these teams. UH Premier haven't really seen the map in officials yet this year. Just in this tournament, we get to see them finally get it back onto a stat sheet, where OSU have been playing it quite consistently in officials, especially CVAL in this tournament as well. They've won every going. So while we've got 1 win technically for UH Premier on the year, on this season, on the semester, Oregon State have 4.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get down to the wire, that's an early start. Big frag for Neon. It gets away with it as well. No refrag to be had. And, oh, the shock dart applying maximum damage. It's Koi who's trying to get away, but look at the HP. Very low on 2 of 3 Oregon State players.
Spacing picked up here for UH Premier. That means the plant will go down here onto the C site. typically an A favored team. 7 plants on the A site in their last matchup on the map. This time switching things up just a little bit. Rio going to find one. Traded back quickly though by UH Premier, holding strong for the post. Got to work through the dark cover for Rio. Has found one thus far. Needs 3 to win the round. Can't quite get out. Fault line going to stall for time. Chip damage on Irrelevant. Could finish this, but not quite. He'll make him irrelevant. As UH Premier take the pistol.
I see what you did there. That was very good.
Thank you.
Also very good. The UH Premier start. And, you know, you were mentioning the fact that, hey, yeah, UH Premier hasn't really played a lot of Haven this year. And you're right, they haven't. At least not in, like, CVAL matches. You know, they've played it in other series like NACE and in ECC and that kind of stuff. But when they were playing it last year, like, they were winning against Blinn, who are currently, like, one of the best teams. They're top 3, so you know they're pretty good.
Yeah, very much so. This is a battle of strength when it comes to both of these teams. Like this one quite interesting. Execute very successful for UH Premier here. The eco team of Oregon State going to give them all the room in the world, and not really expecting much to come through for this team on the retake. Not because we don't think they're good, but because we don't think their weapons are very good. Fault line Paranoia combo to give them some space on the site. No one's there to capitalize though, unfortunately. Relevant going to take both players out when it comes to window. Koi going to take 2 coming down into CT, and that should just about do it. Neon will find 1 for their troubles. Koi to finish the job. UH Premier 2-0.
Yeah, this is good. And the more I see UH Premier, I mean, it's so early days, but I'm going to say it already because it just feels like anytime anybody plays this team on this map, it's the case. It sucks if you're just, like, good on Haven. And so you're like, yeah, we'll play UH on Haven. And then you realize, oh, they're also really good on Haven. Oh, I get it now. Darn. But yeah, we'll see if that continues, though. Oregon State, they still have a long way to go on being able to step up into this map. Just the pistol and the follow-up, that's all that has happened at this point. Here's the bonus. UH making their way towards a place they've yet to go, but there's now a plethora of players about to be here. Great dodge on that flash for Koi.
Yeah, let's pick up the kill because of it. Going to have all the space in the world, and even a Phantom in the arsenal now as the team can make their way towards A. This is the favored site for them in last series, so yet again they're going to be on the site. Plant down. Paranoia going to give space Aftershock to clear out Hell. Koi going to fight back for it, and so will the rest of the post-plant team. UH Premier converts the bonus.
I mean, not only did they convert, they dominated the bonus. That first frag was brilliant to see from Koi. And then on top of that, you see the domination, the way that they're able to take the site, hang on to it, and then play aggressive into the Oregon State retake. It's just great. UH confirming themselves an early lead. And, you know, Koi leading the way, leading the charge for this UH team isn't a new thing. It's Koi and, well, Jivy, who has actually swapped roles recently is probably the wrong word, has swapped roles over the last semester from playing a duelist consistently to now on the initiator. And so that's been an adjustment.
Well, not to be an adjustment for OSU into the next round. Stepping into the eco, stepping into early angles and getting caught. Neon will get one back at the very least. A player that has been able to get looks back, had the look back in last round as well. Rio going to come from behind here, has a chance. It's second. Adam going to fall. Has a chance for Sully as well. Wants the contact, maybe wants that extra kill. And did get one onto Neon. We'll get both, in fact. A 3K for the Killjoy, a 4th round for UH Premier.
Man is fiending for those kills. Just popping around the corner, saying, hi, yep, I'll have one of those. And then another corner. Yep, give me that next. Early timeout. Oregon State wasting no time, and I like it. I love that they're taking the moment. It's 4-0. They're going into only their second gun round, and they're taking the timeout. This is the right approach. You got to nip this in the bud if you are playing against UH. You really got to make sure that you're not going to let the small things become big things.
Yeah, I'm interested to ponder on what they're discussing in this timeout, because while UH Premier have been very dominant in all of these rounds, they've been dominant in different ways. Like, you're not able to walk into this timeout and say, oh, they got garage control, they were able to convert into C. Oh, they had a pretty solid C execute. Oh, they could step into A, Koi tucked a flash, and they got all the room in the world. They've done all 3 of those things. So you can't highlight one thing here. These 4 rounds have all looked very different. So instead, the decision has to be, well, how do we react better to what this team is offering? Because we know they aren't going to offer the same look.
Well, and I think that's one way to look at it. I think another is, let's just focus on ourselves. Let's figure out a trap play or an aggressive maneuver set up with utility on the defensive side to take some space into this next round. Regardless, one or the other, I think both are good answers. No wrong answer there.
Yeah.
And so we'll see. For the time being, it looks like less of a trap play scenario and just an adjustment. There's 2 towards C early. Hunter's Fury there to pull out and find some information. I don't think it got any tags, though. And so that'll go down in the books as somewhat wasted, unfortunately, for UH, as they get themselves about 30 seconds deep into this round and really don't have a lot of positioning.
Yeah, I think this is the right adjustment from OSU. The fact that they haven't adjusted to any particular thing, but they've adjusted to everything. They, as you mentioned, put 2 players over to the B side. They have the option for quick rotations, and they have the ability to play reactionary defense, and that's exactly what they're doing. The recons come through on the back of site. No one's really taking that contact. Instead, they'll play for the retake, and Neon's going to have a nice look early into this one. Wanted a little more, probably got a little bit too aggressive, so that squandered the advantage very early, taking the op out of this one. Yet again, that set play is going to come through onto C. They're converting it a lot nicer on the retake, at least initially. Rio going to take one, Blarps in another. Rio will combine for a second, and that should finish the take. It will do just that. Plant didn't even get to go down.
Really fortunate for Rio to find that second one, but still, great utility being used. That was what gave OSU the round, is their utility usage. They just didn't allow the spike to get planted, and so the longer that was the case, the more time the UH was spent having to wonder, okay, how do I get into post plants? Now the post plants aren't so easy to get to, et cetera, et cetera. How do they stick around for so long that the players could come in? With that said, agree on the aggression factor there. Neon maybe getting a bit too far forward early, but it didn't end up a problem.
A wee bit of an overheat.
He was feeling it.
I can't blame a player for feeling it. Definitely can't. Going Thunder out. It has not felt anyone on site, and space will be taken for UH Premier. A little bit of tap damage to the OSU Jet, but not enough to really be worrisome just yet. Drone's gonna have information. Neon, I argue that is also an overheat. Looking for the player on the drone tag. Hey, everyone else is still on site. Going to get caught by the other 4. They'll take that one with ease. Koi will have a look on the Dragonfly trying to come out of CT. Holding for the next and has that one as well. UH Premier batting down the hatches yet again on the post plant. We talked about it. They get to site. They're going to hold. OSU didn't let them. Well, now they have. And, well, now they're holding.
Yeah, one thing that Houston is great at is once they get on the site, they have the site, and they hang on to it pretty darn well. Their post plants are fantastic. And this is another example of that. 3 players going to survive here for the Cougs. As OSU, they'll get at least 1 gun going into the next round, but I didn't see how good or bad the money is alongside that. It might be a bit rough. Yeah, it's a little bit rough. Just really 1 player who can afford an additional gun. They're going to have to get creative here. Or maybe they just will go for the save. That's probably the better call long term anyway.
Yeah, I would agree. Unless they want to really do something cheesy with the fact that they have a Blade Storm to expend, but it just feels too short-sighted without another player able to get a rifle.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the Blades pulled. Yeah, enemy battle maybe. We got Blades for both sides.
Early rotate.
Very early indeed, but it's the right call. They're all here.
That Jet behind has a lot of room to work with. Neon going to have value, but Adam will get 2 back. Jivvy now to find 2 in addition. It's just Neon. All the blades expended. Just a classic. Looking to make right clicks happen. Up close and personal with Relevant, and he's got a shorty in the fight. 6-1 is UH Premier.
This is what I was a little bit worried about. Oregon State, no disrespect to them, but they're a team that hasn't necessarily had the opportunities to play teams at this UH caliber very often. And when they have struggled. I mean, just looking back to where they were at for Steve Al Winter, I mean, they played UC Riverside twice. They lost. They did take a map. They lost UC Irvine 2-0. Like, you have to be at least competitive against those types of teams. And that just wasn't the case. There's still chances to come back here, but as mentioned, the defensive side about as good here for UH as the offense.
Ooh, Neon with a significant flick. The second as well, despite the paranoia. Able to convert 2. Trying to get OSU back up into this one. Spike in their control certainly helps.
It's absolutely going to help. The chances now of this becomes a lot higher, but look at from the shadows. Relevant could use this to grab that spike for free. As soon as they have positioning to grab it, that might come through. So that means they can just take the C site, hang on to it from the shadows on a spike, come back for the plant.
Very good point. Dark Cover's going to come down and try to hold space in garage. Question of how quickly did UH Premier recognize this fact and do they do with it? So right now, still working towards that B site, setting up as a 2-man unit. Relevant's going to find the first. Blarpson will fall. Waltz will catch Sully with a nade in their hands. A second look as well down grass, and he'll get all 3. Oregon State 2-6.
A little bit of a weird decision in my opinion for UH to go for that regress when they had the option otherwise. Regardless, still with money in pocket, it's all good for them. They don't have any consequences. Is that a new knife, like, that Waltz has? I've yet to see it.
I don't believe so.
Oh, I just haven't seen it.
I think it just doesn't look good, so most people don't use it.
Oh, okay. That's that. I mean, that's
my
that's
personal
totally
professional opinion.
I love how you're putting your professional casting opinion as the skin. It's great. I respect that. Oh, respect that. Dragonfly. Straight through the smoke, gets the audio cue, finds a headshot even.
Now, very nice to take down the garage control early. So Oregon State have been doing a good job of reactionary defense after that initial timeout, the end of round 4. It'll be UH Premier to walk into what they hope is an open C site. That it is indeed this current time. Have to worry about the retake though, and there's a bit of util propped up for OSU in terms of it.
2 early round scenarios for UH where they've gotten caught out by their overzealousness, their willingness to just kind of go in deep and hope it works out. Maybe a bit of overconfidence starting to build. Either way, is that Aftershock going to get this lockdown? I don't think so. Certainly not. So they got to take the fights.
Way to find one traded back by Rio, though. Neon now in the back line of things. Soli is dead. Suppressed. No more to be seen.
Yeah, they're all dead. In the grave. We'll be seeing them later. As the next round. 6-3. Good recovery thus far from Oregon State. They're on a roll right now, and I think UH have enough money to buy one more round. Double checking. Yeah, they still have money. This is the problem when the cash flow situation gets so out of hand. You get into a spot where the attack can just infinite buy because they have all the money, and then they start losing, and then there's loss bonus, and then there's everything else, and sadness.
Yeah, Blockman doesn't look happy with the game right now. Reading up on how to come back in this one. Doing a good job thus far, so clearly the reading working.
Yeah, I mean, reading a good way to learn, I've been told. I've never done it. But
Me neither.
yeah, I don't know how to learn, but I try. UH Premier trying to get their way onto this A site by the look of it. They've been incredibly successful here.
Haven't. Going to look to be yet again. Dark covers are through. Really clear from Adam Sullivan, and nothing to be seen. So they've got room. Plant on its way here, and Hunter's Fury going to be expended. We'll find a tag. We'll kill the planter. Neon will find value onto Soli. More to go with it. A 2-piece before they're finally shut down. UH Premier left reeling. 2 players standing. Still not into the post plant. Finally have gotten here. A Rolling Thunder won't be needed as Waltz and Blarpson will find the final 2. Oregon State within that number of rounds.
That's incredibly key. That Hunter's Fury just denying the plant. It is all about UH really rely on this A site on getting into a post plant. And that's great awareness for Oregon to realize what the win con is and deny it. They see, okay, well, we don't let them play it. They don't win the round. And Neon getting a forward position off the back of that is just so much better. 6-4. This is a quick turnaround. 3 rounds in a row, but another bye. UH still have chances. They will continue to utilize them. And back towards the A site, in fact, is where they're going to elect to use those for the time being. That might be because they have a lockdown available.
Well, they don't have a jet available. Also had that early look from the shadows to get out of trouble as well. So we'll give up the space over towards long, but has definitely found the value. Finding the first frag. Koi's drone forward. Nothing outside of short. Nothing over to graffiti. The rest of the team wants to take space forward. So yet again, a chance to plant. And because they didn't have to use the Rolling Thunder, Oregon State have another key item for the retake.
They do, but there's 2 ways to counteract that. That's Rolling Thunder of UH's own, or the lockdown, which is going to come out, but that could be aftershocked. I don't know if it's in position to get hit with the aftershock, though, or maybe it's just going to wait it out.
Can't break it anyway.
I think if you hit it perfectly with the aftershock, you can.
I think change the damage, so you need one other piece of util with the aftershock, so it just doesn't matter. Rolling Thunder is going to come through. Don't know if it hit quite enough. They played off site pretty well into this one. Relevant going to get traded. Koi will find value back to the direction. Still a chance on this one. UH Premier's early Rolling Thunder comes through. OSU still the hold there. Shouldn't need it so late into this retake, but can they get an opportunity? Koi's going to pick up 2. Still able to have the last. And UH Premier able to hold on.
That they are, and you start to wonder, did Blarpson hold on to that Rolling Thunder a little bit too long? Would it have been a better idea to put that into place that round instead of waiting on it? Don't know, to be honest, but I think it's a fair question, a valid question.
Agreed.
7 rounds here for UH. The chance now for 8, but the same chance applies to Oregon. They could put it to 5. This would be a great half if Oregon State pick up 5 rounds here. I think they're already doing okay with 4, but 5 would be great.
Yeah. The classic Valorant scriptures say 7-5, a lot better than 8-4.
I think that's there. Yeah. It's like somewhere
well,
in Killjoy 4-8.
Unfortunately, I wouldn't know.
It seems like this approach for UH, they found their groove. Back to the A site. I've watched UH hit the A site like 8 rounds in a row, so this does not surprise me at all. But they have the Rolling Thunder to the defense to get back in here. Oh, but that from the shadows, it's gonna maybe create some question marks. Look where it's at, into the back lines.
Okay, Rolling Thunder now expended to push forward. Neon going to find one. Has all the space to side. The rest of the team now involved in the back line. Adam to step into trouble. Caught by Neon. Silly with it all to do. Held off last round. Can't do the same. Waltz will find the trade. A 7-5 half it will be.
So the initial idea, I was like, hey, look, they don't know. They have no idea. And then they just instantly turned and killed the player from the shadows, man. I thought it was better, but Relevant got dumpstered. Oh, poor guy. A fantastic retake set up by the Rolling Thunder. The UH Premier will be felled once again. But here's what I was talking about. The offense is fine. It's the defense that they often see a lot of success. And it's going to be coming up next. We got the pistol round soon. Victory here for UH or for Oregon doesn't really instantly change the outcome of the game, but certainly would be a good start for the Oregon State comeback, or I should say continuation, considering they won 4 out of the last 5 rounds.
Recon broken early. We'll anchor 3 players onto this A site. Lots of room for OSU to work with if they can quickly recognize that fact. Sitting on top of the alarm bot is Dragon, going to activate it in addition. Work towards C now. Be a turret here. Be a player nearby and a player on site. Relevant going to be caught by the flash. Just managed to sneak away to back flat. Caught though by the aftershock. Has to step away. Into trouble is Neon. faded away. Flash to come through. Relevant still cooking, though. Dragonfly to pick up one on the Jivvy, as he's got still opportunity on the lurk. Relevant, a 3-piece before he finally is expended. But he got more than enough value into this round. Dragonfly it all to do a 1v2 on site for the moment B. Third player on their way, and now to make contact everyone at the same time for UH Premier. They'll win the round.
The Frenzy Fragger finding some fantastic impact onto that one. Relevant with 3 in the pistol. Doing the hard work. It's already paying off. Best Marshall in the game right there. Mage Punk equals W. I will always give props. Just because it's so good.
Electrifying, really.
I see what you did there. Yeah. Oregon State, not going to go for the Force Buy or anything. Not even any big investments. There's a Sheriff. That's all that is left in their pockets. And they're just going to go onto the site, which is not at all defended until they'll get a free spike plant. This is great for Oregon. They're loving this.
Just what they could have hoped for on the eco round. They have to throw a nanoswarm in there just in case they can maybe get things a little bit closer. Drone's going to come in for UH Premier, so they'll start to work both sides of the link. Should be decently easy. There is Rio. Could throw a spoke in the tires. Oh, wait a minute. Lots of time. Gonna find the double dang. It's taken down one. Is Adam going to fall? Getting close for the right click. Found that as well. Still, oh, nanoswarm expended already. So they have to push into this one. Bludgeon will do so. Gonna find one now in a 1v1. Waltz with a gun in their hand. Jivvy has to find this defuse. It's half right now. But can he get the kill in time? Not looking like it. Waltz will take it, and somehow Oregon State walked into a free B site for the plant. Walked out with a round win.
With 4 classics and 1 Sheriff as well. That's massive for their chances at bringing this back, at coming to the victory into this game and moving on in this qualifier, in this LCQ. Still much to do. And with that, a position here for UH Premier that is, I don't think anyone would be envious of. Do they buy or do they save? It looks like they're going to be somewhere in the middle. A little bit of extra cash for a couple players, and they're going to invest that. Marshall for 1 gamer I saw. A Sheriff for another. Otherwise, it is defaults.
Dragonfly going to step to the B side. Contact. Neither player getting anything on that one. So first 15 will be uneventful for the majority of this round, as Oregon State now going to start to work a lobby. There'll be a deep look from Adam. It's the Marshall in hand. Got to hit the head here. And it's done just that. Neon's gone.
This could be the continuation of what's already been a great look. There's many players for OSU making their way up long, and it's gonna be difficult to actually stay on the site, I think. We're just going to go forward. Ooh. That's ambitious. Going for the no-scope. But that, too, is a bit too far of an ask. UH here for the retake, but 3-on-4 and with very little weaponry, very little chance.
Waltz up the stairs for Jivvy here. Not really much to make happen. See if they can kill any econ. Slowly going to step to CT angle and step out of the round. Dragonfly will put him away. Aftershock there. Stall relevant. See if he can still get into this one. No one quite able to find anything on the poke and prod for UH Premier. Still trying to find these exit frags. Relevant going to find one now. Give you some right click damage. Going to find the frag. Okay, 2 exit frags, both going to die to spike for the rebuy, and not the worst thing in the world.
No, I think that when you put into perspective the investment in that round, I think UH will be happy with that. The Cougs on the buy, on the full buy for the first time in this half. Especially after getting counterfeited in their second round. I don't know if you ever gave big enough props to Rio for finding that just free frag on that second round buy, or on that second round save, but either way. 8-7. Blaze Storm going to be used here for Adam Solomon, I believe. And there it is.
There it is indeed, looking to send it into a lobby towards sewer. Nothing spotted. The Oregon State on the offensive when it comes to the C site. Solely caught by all the util in the world. Just looking to hold on. No chance. Maybe there is. Relevant's going to find Neon through the smoke. Solely to stay alive. Now caught by Rio. But Relevant to trade back the other direction. Still going to have value. Now the TP to the back of Platt. No one quite to contest just yet. Aftershock going to force him away into the hands of Dragonfly. But Jivy's there for another trade. UH Premier's defense holds strong yet again. It's just Blarpson left standing on the C site.
Crazy how many trades they just found through the smoke. They were just popping out, popping back in, making it look very simple and easy when it is not. Great utility there on the post plant as well to deny further planting ideas. The Blades coming away with at least a kill into that one. And you asked for Relevant to continue to have some success. Relevant doing so.
Yeah.
17 and 9 with 9 assists as well.
Right there.
It's been impressive. Koi's been stepping up to the same level that I tend to expect. Maybe I need to reset my expectations a little bit for Jivy, though, because, like I said, was once playing on the duelist role pretty consistently, but now is working on the initiator, so can sometimes be harder to frag from there.
Over under angle could have been deadly. Waltz one shot and out. Going to TP. Thought about all the way to Covey. Not going to go for it, though, as yet again, it's Oregon State's Killjoy looking for something over towards B. This time, no one giving much. There's been a little bit of mismatch here. Jivy giving some room, but this time around, that hasn't happened. That cross hasn't come through. Drone on drone action towards Garage. Tags for both players as they're going to look to capitalize off of it. Blarpson all the way to sight. Flash point through the box. Dragonfly going to capitalize. Good to take one. Now caught by a flash from the other direction. Koi going to pick up two coming out of CT. A third off the Lloyd stack. No one to turn. Rio looking for back side options. And Jivy and Adam going to close up the round 10-7.
Dude, that was so fast. How UH Premier just always get into these retakes just instantaneously. And you can see, but the players on the site, they had no idea how threatened they were being. Like, they didn't realize that they were under fire until the last moment. Oregon State, not a bad showing thus far on their attack side. Even winning a couple of good rounds, but once the guns have come out, it's not been close. 2 rounds in a row. And UH Premier, there's only 3 rounds possible that they could be giving up in these last couple of rounds if they continue to win like that.
Smoke for the cross, and it'll be Facade for Oregon State. Going to look to work towards grass yet again. Relevant deep. And cost him everything. That's Waltz will find that one.
I mean, it's a very low HP Waltz, but yeah. Not the chance at the early opening pick that the Cougs were looking for. Oregon State, they have positioning. They're able to get onto the site. Spike planted a little bit away from those normal spots, and so the utility invested in there won't be effective.
Venn diagram. Landing on the B site. Neon will be caught up in it, but going to be caught by the bullets before that could come to actualization. Everyone else will hide the back of sight. That opposing lockdown just doesn't quite touch, so no worries there. They do manage to find their way back into the site. Cloudburst to try to start the defuse. Still worrying about the nano swarms right now. Slowly running out into the trouble. Going to find Waltz. A 3-on-3 still. No time, though, for that spike defusal. Enough utility for Oregon State to hold on to things.
Great response from OSU. As soon as the lockdown came out, they had one of their own ready to go, knowing that that was the right play at the right time, and they only needed that one ultimate to hang on to the round. Talk about getting great value for your money. One ult, 1 round win. If they can continue to do that, they'd have a victory.
Lots of ults still in the pockets of Oregon State even after converting just the one lockdown. So continue the ult to win lifespan if they'd like to. It's going to move all the way to this round too.
You were going to go for lifestyle there?
Oh, that would be better. That would have been a better word choice.
Yeah. It's a lifestyle choice. I love it.
I got wanted pipeline, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, you know, I understand. I've been there. Just a couple times this series.
Oh, Dragonfly going to find relevant? Arms Ever's been there too. Welcome to the club.
That is a tough situation to deal with if you're UH Premier, because you're reliant on relevant there to just take the Angel, and you're expecting him to win it. Unfortunately, he doesn't, and now you're down 4-5, and you're on the defense.
You know, see if they're able to find the recovery to this one. Yet again, it's the early pick. OSU found. Waltz around to go. Yeah, we'll go to the top. Site box. Nothing spotted onto B. And we'll get another B site plant. Oregon State favoring a site that we don't see most teams go to. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to find the plant, though. Hunter's Fury going to kill a bit of time. Going to get some tags. And oh, Rio looking for the happy feet. Couldn't quite find them. There's a tag and a bit more. Asoli is going to find Neon, looking to play their way back into this one quickly. Rolling Thunder to send them away on the link side of things, and everyone's there. So UH Premier stalled for quite a bit of time. Oregon State going to try to clear out towards C. Nothing spotted. Flashpoint in for Jivy.
Paranoia did go out. Oh, and that shock dart was so close. Dragonfly will be down, committing to the From the Shadows. Koi spotted it out. Vita Waltz in the 11th round for the Cougs. With Jivy on the defuse, it'll be a great look as Oregon State. They do well in the previous round, but they fall flat on their face in this one. It felt like just not enough time clawed off of that clock. As Blarpson was able to pull the Rolling Thunder out, but then there wasn't anything else to stall things.
All right, so UH Premier able to get around back in their pockets, able to get buys back into this one as well, and we're going to put the pressure up into C-Long. This time it'll be the Jet to lead the charge, Bladestorm in hand. Oregon State just don't want the smoke.
I like this from Neon, just looking back to that long angle that Relevant was willing to get aggressive in the previous rounds. Making the moves, realizing, hey, nobody's here. Let's try this again. This is a bit of a bait and switch. Relevant in a position that I really don't think they'll be anticipating here. This is one of the first times he'll be in this spot, but no. Forced back by the Recon Bolt. Might go back up, has to try to do so.
Oregon State spent a lot of time now over towards C-Long. Haven't really worked any of the additional map just yet. Hunter's Fury is going to find a tag.
He's just gone fishing.
Yeah. Gone fishing, and although he has got a bite on the line, not enough information, like Adam not known about, is able to finally look onto Waltz. They're going to head back to B.
30 seconds left.
We shall see on this one. 30 seconds, so if they want to commit, they've got to do it now. They've done just that. They're going to walk into this one. Neon will find one to Soy. That's opened up the look A-Link, and they can actually go over to A instead. Killjoy setup goes with her.
Koi's got a read on Dragonfly there, though. And Koi with a connection. It's a 4-on-2. Neon's in a good spot, though. But it's going to have to be perfect for
That's a hard one. Yeah. There's the first. And, well, what was hard has now become easy. Recon Bolt will be broken. Not before it gets the tag, though. Neon has to get out the angle. Barbson will take his place. We'll find Koi on the jumping shorty play. A 2-on-2 for the post plant. Now they're here around for the short angle. Shots in the dark for both sides. And Jivy going to save his teammate's day. Neon with the trade back to the direction. Bladestorm out and right click to find the final frag. A 4K for the Jet. And it's 9-11. It's 2 rounds the difference.
Oregon State are playing a very competitive game, and they're continuing to do so here and now. And on a pick that I've been gushing, I've been talking about, UH, good at it. They have a lot going for them into this, but being pushed to their limits. They have the rebuy, though. And it's a little more complicated than that for the offensive side. Got a Spectre or Stinger. It looked like it changed there at the very end. Something less than perfect. Yeah, there's the Stinger for Blarpson. and then a Bulldog as well for Rio. But all of that is besides the point. Look at this aggression towards A. You've got one player committed to this area for the defense, but then 2 ready to rotate at a moment's notice. All that really needs to happen is just get a frag and fall back if you're the defense on A side.
Yeah, absolutely. For the Oregon State side, Neon was able to single-handedly find Sully to open the door. Hoping for the same sort of thing here. The KJ setup has not moved. Haven't found anything, but they have found the utility. Both Nanoswarm and expended the alarm bot as well, and they've managed to just walk around it. They've gone there. Devious look from Sully, going to take the planter down as Blarpson will fall. That's the numbers advantage for UH Premier, who have the retake ultimate coming back into this one, and now the advantage to go with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I asked for. And in UH Premier, they delivered immediately from the shadows, gathering information. And meanwhile, Sully has another frag. It's 1 for 1 there, but when the Rolling Thunder pops in, that catches Dragonfly basically fully within its grasp. Goodbye to him, and Waltz only gets 1. A 12th round is there. UH Premier have it.
The Oregon State, a team that's been big on C-Long, big on B-Site. We find out why. They try to come together on towards A. The KJ setup is just too much. And you wanted it, you received it. 1 pick, an easy fall off for the team as it comes out of heaven. Allows them an easy retake opportunity. Oregon State now feel the pressure. They know how much this means. The last best of 1 they have to play in this bracket to try to fight into day 2 for best of 3s all the way forward. I'd hope for Arlington relies on the balance of just 3 rounds.
That it does. 3 chances for UH Premier to close, but 3 requirements for Oregon State to pick us up and go into overtime. That's what is on the line. A timeout for OSU. That's where they're going to take the time, try and think about this, try and get themselves on the same page. I don't know. I mean, they got Spike down, so they're going to have a little bit of extra money. I don't know that they're going to have perfect money, though. So, yeah, I think part of the conversation is what exactly are we going to buy? As Rio and Blarpson both low. Neon's going to have the gun, though. Not to say that will be the impact or the reason a loss could happen, but you know, every gun you're missing could have been a bit more effective. Bladestorm available for Adam, who's going to be pulling that out. It is actually over along with health.
Early util out of Oregon State. Finally, the move for the KJ util means that this team can confidently take this site, and they've done just that. They've played right on in, and they'll get the plant down now to hold the post.
I love it. UH Premier just falling back. They know that they have the lockdown. They know that they are in position as well with the Bladestorm, but the fact that, see who got the spike plant? It was the Killjoy. The investigation being had, and there's the offensive lockdown.
Dragonfly Blarpson to pick up 2, a 3rd for the breach, and they're holding strong. This lockdown going to be here, but every player going to fall before it can even pop. Just Jivy caught in the suppression by the time he's finally left in Oregon State. Going to rub it in just a little bit. Dragonfly will find a 3K, and Oregon State will find themselves within 2.
A round that looked good. I thought, really, UH probably had a good handle on that. No, not at all. And it comes down to making that early decision to go for the lockdown. That was great from Dragonfly because it really put UH on the defensive instead of them playing offensively, using their own lockdown, trying to get a forward position. They were then having to make the adjustments themselves and figure out, okay, wait, do we go for this? Do we wait? Do we put our lockdown down? And they were caught in transition.
Oregon State continue to win. Yet again, they've gone back to A. Early recon broken. UH Premier going to hold these close angles. Dark cover out. Oregon State slowly begin to meddle into it. The drone to push forward. We'll shock bolt the troubles, and Koi no choice but to back away. We'll break drone. 2 players anchored up to the sewers.
The patience here from Oregon is great, but they're going to have to pull the trigger, and now they will. Info gathered, and Neon is in the back line.
Walt's going to pick up one to Jivy. Back towards Sidus. Rio will find another. Sully and Adam. What can they find? Certainly not the round, but can they grab a couple frags to motivate for the next? Neon won't let that happen. He'll find one. Adam to trade back. Tuck the fault line back into the angle and out of the round now. Dragonfly to finish it off just like the last. One round away from OT here in the quarterfinals.
It'd be crazy to see this push to OT, our final game of the day, and it's been an exciting one as well. UH last chance to close in regulation. And Adam, a little low on cash, actually. Not a problem most likely, but still, the setup right now, look at this. 3 players set up for short for UH Premier. They're gonna go for the early stun. Hunter's Fury right off the rip, off the back of that, and Adam pushes forward, gets a frag, and Neon's down. This is the aggression that I was talking about that UH constantly has been putting on display, and it's so hard to deal with.
OSU, a team that has been able to find and claw their way back to just the 1 round differential. Will it go down like this? UH Premier finally batten down the hatches on the early A scale. Oregon State, despite their losses, still look to take the site.
They do. I mean, but I guess they do have the Rolling Thunder in defense. They can use that as soon as the lockdown is procced. But look at how open the site is. UH have given up the entirety of it. And understandably so. It would be rare to see them come back to this A site. But they'll find out as soon as the spike is planted. The rotation already started. And now, one of the toughest situations that you'll ever be in here, Oregon State. 3-on-4. And they got to do it here and now.
Those are activated. Aftershock there. Extra piece of util with the Nano Swarm will be enough to kill it. Rolling Thunder to send players away out towards CT. Oregon State, can they hold on to this one? Util back now for UH Premier. Out of heaven they go. Rio holds on to the first. The Paranoia just the near sight, so he's able to find that frag. Blarpson from sight is another. Rio from hell doing it all. A 3-piece for the Sova. All to do for Adam. Now has found the first. A 1v1 could be the difference here in this one. Time so short, and Blarpson will find the frag. OSU will take it to overtime.
That is outrageous. They made all the right decisions right there. OSU, they waited. They were just prepared, and they knew that the lockdown was coming in. And as you mentioned, Aftershock, and of course, the Nanoswarm in the corner. It reaches through the wall, and it ensures that there's no chance for that to go into effect. UH denied regulation victory. Koi at 25 frags, but is it enough? By the way, Jivy, 20 assists. That is nuts.
So it all will come down to this. 2 teams, but only one can make it through to the semifinals. The best of 3 stage tomorrow for a chance at just 1 bid to the Arlington, Texas Commissioner Esports Cup Finals.
Oregon on the defense this time. They've got to go back to it. Remember, they only won 5 rounds here.
Neon going to find the first traded back. As Oregon State looking to carry the momentum they just garnered into OT number 1. Relevant going to send 2 back the other direction. Back to the spectator screen as UH Premier push their way towards this A side. A third now for the Omen. Waltz in a 1v3. He can answer the call that Relevant just sent out. Can give his team the advantage and the chance for match point. They've been fighting from behind the whole game. Can Waltz change that as 1 man will drop down into the jaws of Relevant. And UH Premier once again a chance to end this thing.
Yeah, they couldn't do it in the full regulation, but sometimes it's just the 1 round of overtime that's needed. And well, they've already shown themselves to be fantastic when it comes to the defense. They did very well consistently. It was just the last 3 rounds that they didn't close. I mean, that was the longest stretch of rounds in a row that they gave up on the defense, was those last 3. So difficult to find the closing moments of some of these games, but a must-win right now.
Adam going to find the first, a second as well. Finding the effort down towards long. Koi going to overheat just a little bit, and Blarpson is able to send 2 back. Oregon State looking to push their way now into the A site. The push for overtime, number 2. Everyone scaled towards long. A check for Jivy out towards Sewer. See nothing.
Oh, dude, Jivy's in just such a great spot. He could be the victory right here and now if he just pops out at the right time, the right moment, and gets a kill or 2. Rio is checking for it. Oh my goodness, Rio turns on a dime and finds Jivy. Might be low, but now UH gonna have to struggle. Has the Rolling Thunder as well. Both these players are hit, and Dragonfly will hit the shot. That is now making this possible. UH giving it away almost.
Relevant off of a 4K in the last round. Can close out the game right here with a 1v2. Caught by so much utility. This is stalling for so much time. Relevant dark cover to try to force a 1v1 on the site. They're going to conglomerate together, and Blarpson will find it. A 3K for the breach. A Rolling Thunder to clear space. And overtime 2 queued up.
Rio, the hero of that round. Getting that kill. Jivy was the key. Was the solution to the problems of UH Premier. Could have found that frag. Should have found that frag. But just couldn't quite get it over the edge. And a massive, massive giveaway moment. Oregon State. Now another chance to bring this to a match point of their own. UH heading out here at mid. They're going to go towards B. It looks like they're just going to commit straight on the side.
Dragonfly going to find the first. Waltz another. Oregon State rolling their way through right now from the defensive end. Solely going to fight back, though, and Plant will go down on the B site. Koi looking to make it easy to hold on. He's found both players coming out of C-Long. Caught now from garage window. The turret, though, to trade back for Solely. A 1v2 now. A tricky one at that for Rio. Turned on a dime just a round ago. Can he turn this round into a win?
I don't know what the shock dart was, but it was on the spike for some reason. Maybe it was meant to be a recon. Hit the wrong button. Regardless, the buttons for Sully, they've been pressed, and they've been pressed correctly. 14, the 5th match point now for UH Premier. Can they close, though? Having trouble finishing.
This will hurt so bad if UH Premier do not close this out. So many opportunities consistently queued up for this team. The ball's teed. All they have to do is load up and swing.
That's exactly right. They're out there playing the T-ball. It's easy, supposedly. But they've hit him with the big whiff over the last 4 rounds. Rio stunned up for a moment, but still able to get away. UH defensively this time, where they've struggled the most.
Down at the top of sight. I see nothing early in towards B. Oregon State going to put it all on the line on a B plant. Neon, 2 massive frags early. Those come through the smoke. Just spamming down into A. Link has picked up 2. Massive advantage now for the post plant. Relevant gonna try to shoot them out of this one. Waltz barrel just barely spotted for Relevant. Paranoia forward. Dragonfly caught off. Relevant looking for more. Caught now by Blarpson. 2 players have made their way to the site, have made their way to the archway. Can they start this defuse? They've tapped for now. No peeks just yet. Shock Bolt to come forward. Blarpson another frag, and Rio will get involved as well. Oregon State, hold on.
They've done it again. 5 rounds UH Premier have had to close this game, and they have not yet done it. Oh, how long will it do? Will they go for this? How long will UH Premier win the offensive round and instantly lose on the defense? Oh. Chance after chance. We'll see if they have another here. or if Oregon State can get one of those very highly regarded match points in the CECC LCQ. Okay, Neon. Straight down into long. Oh, that's so lucky. Recon Bolt doesn't give them anything, but Adam does.
Sully as well. Gonna pick up a second look. It's V plants for both teams here. UH Premier will try their hand at the site. Looking to take extra space over to Link. Rio to shoot back, but Sully with a quick trade. Neon push forward. Knows about Koi's positioning. Shots through the box expended on both ends. Neon going to win that fight. Can he shoot his team back into a win on the defensive end? Will he check Cubby? He will, but relevant. Just a little quicker on the trigger. Larpson 1v3. Tough scenario. Try to win out on. Nanoswarm expended. Was looking for a second to shoot it out early. Wasn't one to find, but Sully will be around the corner. 3K picked up for the Killjoy. It will be the 6th chance now for UH Premier to move forward.
Sully doing that now for the 2nd time in a row. 2nd attacking round that is in a row. 3K in the previous, 3K in that one. Now with Koi at 27. Starting to get a little bit ridiculous, a little crazy. Right here, right now. A position for Oregon State that they've been in very often. 6th match point that UH Premier have had on offer. Gonna keep counting them because, well, they keep being relevant.
Flash early. Looking for the V site yet again. There'll be 2 players at home for UH Premier. Cloudburst for Adam. Into danger! Neon going to fall. UH Premier with the advantage. The first time in this defensive round. Can they shut the door? Oregon State looking to go towards garage. Traded back. Big wall bang for Dragon. All the room in the world. This Waltz will find another. JV going to go down. They've got room to play this C site, and they'll do just that. Plants on its way.
3 remain. UH Premier, they don't have the ultimates or anything like that to get back in. They have the shots, the flashpoint. It's not quite good enough. Koi with a second doubling down.
For him.
And it's not indeed. Waltz so far away. Sully has it. And it finally, the Cougs, they will close this round and close this map 16-14. It took a hell of a long time, but they do it. Qualifying forward.
6 times the charm. UH Premier finally shut the door on the game and send Oregon State packing. They'll move on to tomorrow to continue their bout for just 1 bid in the CECC. As that wrap things up here for tonight. Vincent, anything you want to be known about that series?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, props to Koi, who had a great game. And it was consistently the delivery as well. Just from the Killjoy as well, Sully, towards the end of that game. But I think that that's part of the reason that UH have looked so inconsistent this season, is that they struggle to close some of these games. And Oregon State deserve a lot of credit for that. Neon especially, and Dragonfly, I thought the both of them were fantastic. Unfortunately, well, UH Premier are still a very good team, and they were able to eventually get that close.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, with that said, the CECC LCQ for Valorant and Rocket League continue tomorrow. Brought to you, of course, by ZipChair and DreamSeat. As the official gaming chair for the CECC, you can head over to zipchair.com to elevate your gaming chair today. Those kick off at 7 p.m. Eastern, where we, on the Valorant side, will be seeing the Dark Knights, Fisher College secondary roster, go up against one another. Mizzou and Akron face off UBC and UH Premier, and U Alberta and TAMU Maroon, as well as 2 Rocket League matches after those conclude. All for 1 spot, 1 bid into the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Finals. May Madness heads to Texas. CECC Finals will be happening at the Esports Stadium in Arlington on May 6th and 7th. And of these 55 teams, only 1 of them is going to make it out. If you want more information, head over to collegiatesmg.com and make sure you head back to Esports U tomorrow as those matches finish off. But for now, I've been Catnator. That's been Vincent. Hopefully, we'll catch you tomorrow.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the Storm,
How does
community 0.
There's
Yeah.
nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning, or just pure socialization and fandom. Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion. Tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community let's just start with on campus?
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time it was Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the third month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our LANs, our club meetings, and everything from that. It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to